Endurance racing has always been a pivotal piece of not only real-world auto racing, but has also put on some monumental sim races over the years. Le Mans, Daytona, Spa, the Nürburgring, and more all come to mind when thinking about the great enduro moments in history. For those today, it's somewhere incredibly different. Welcome to Virginia International Raceway. The Targa Virginia saw its inaugural running on iRacing in 2011, featuring 3 vastly different cars on a wildly difficult configuration of VIR. Today's test, run a 3.5-hour endurance race all by yourself. The location, VIR's 4-mile, 29-turn Grand West circuit. The time, it's now, and you'll see it all live on the Global Sim Racing channel. We're glad to join you today up in the villas this afternoon. You'll be hearing from yours truly, Nick Schmeg, alongside Joey Tebben and DJ Clark to bring you all the action, while Joe Peak is going to be directing with cameras provided by Dougie Beard. It's not every day you see a race run here, let alone one as crazy as this. To get a better idea of just how challenging today will be, let's take a look at the GSRC track guide.
Welcome to Virginia International Raceway. This track near the southern border of its namesake has had the rare blessing of being resurrected from the dead. With 2 decades of use in its modern incarnation and still drawing regular visits from IMSA and Trans Am, it's safe to say that VIR is back and thriving. The owners didn't skimp on refurbishing the place either. An impressive 7 versions are available to run on iRacing, with viewing areas that include posh villas near South Bend that can be rented by fans. The track's long and complex layout has earned it some colorful corner names too. The horseshoe kicks things off right away with a never-ending double apexer that tends to suck the greedy out into its runoff. Later on, fast cars lacking downforce are sent through the terrifying climbing S's and spit out of the steep drop of South Bend. Of course, there's perhaps the most famous turn of Oak Tree, which has sadly lost its eponymous flora in real life, but is retained here in the virtual world. Let's not forget one of the scariest obstacles at the end of the lap, the roller coaster. The incredible speed drivers carry up into this blind braking zone is what causes it to require such immense bravery in order to get the most out of a lap. As you'd expect, the high number of corners makes passing rather difficult. Add in the fact that many of them are dangerously swift, and track position can wind up being a major factor in races. With the picturesque backdrop of the Appalachians around them, fans are not left wanting when they come to watch drivers face off at this historic track. It's no wonder the circuit has found success in its second chance at life.
Well, there you see just how much of a roller coaster ride VIR is. DJ, today is going to be even more difficult than the normal layout here, so why don't you take our viewers through what these drivers are up against today?
Well, thanks, Nick. And yeah, VIR, one of the things that makes it so special is the many, many incarnations that you can take. But as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, we are racing the Grand West circuit. And what that means is that overtaking is going to be at a premium here. There's really only 2 ideal places to get an overtake done. That's going into turn 1, which is the horseshoe, or also coming around Oak Tree on turn 11, but even that's not going to be the best place to do it. A lot of the way to get the best pass made around here today is going to be about damage limitation. It's going to be about trying to push the guy in front of you to make a mistake. And the biggest thing when you are talking about a multi-class race like this is to watch out for where those slower cars are going to be in front of you. Specifically, coming up through turns 20 through about 25, going up towards the roller coaster section, all of that is so incredibly tight, so incredibly fast, and so incredibly impossible to get a pass done that if you are an LMP2 or a GTO driver across the slower classes, you are going to be very, very scared in that area.
Absolutely, and they're going to be scared for only 3.5 hours today. It's not like they've got teammates either to hand it off to. That's part of some of the race details that Joey, you've got for us.
Yes, the 2020 Targa Virginia. Targa, of course, Italian for license plate, and all of our cars today will have European license plate. The Dallara the P217 LMP2, easy to say, from Italy. And then the next slowest class after that is the Audi 90 GTO, a German manufacturer, but that car actually raced in IMSA in the 1980s. And then the GT4s, the cars you would normally expect to see at this track nowadays, the Porsche 718 and the BMW M4, both in that bottom class. We'll have a 3.5-hour race, which is very long for a single driver. It's open setup, you got no fast repairs, so you're going to be sitting in the pits if you get any damage, and the fuel is limited per each class.
Absolutely, going to be certainly going to be interesting to see how this race plays out. Right now, we're watching qualifying for the C3 class. That's the GT4 class, the BMWs and the Porsches. The C1s, the LMP2s, have already qualified. Adam Blocker's got the pole over there. He ran a 2:07.5. Anders Dahl, he ran a 2.22 in the Audi. That's the C2 class. And now we're seeing 237s and 238s. A huge speed difference here among these three classes.
Yeah, and that's really going to be tough specifically for these LMP2 drivers. There's going to be not a lot of time before they catch up to these lower class guys. Just going to have to hope they do it on the right path. And obviously, for those of you unfamiliar with endurance racing, the best code of conduct for these lower class drivers is just keep on the racing line so you can be consistent, and the LMP2s or the higher classes can know where you're going to be.
Right now, it is Simon Trendell with the pole, driving his BMW, or seeing there Francisco Jose Romero. One other thing that really interests me about this race is, first you've got to survive, but then you've got to strategize. You mentioned, Joey, that they've got limited fuel. They're all different, and they've all got different strategies in terms of how long they can go on tires. I don't think the Audis are going to be able to double stint too much today, but it's going to be interesting to see just how different the pit stops are for all of these cars. Absolutely.
And the C1 class with the LMP2s, like you said, they have 93% fuel. And then you go down to the Audis, they only have 77% fuel. And then down in the GT4s, the Porsche GT4 has the 63% fuel limit, and the BMW has 56%. So it's going to be very differing fuel strategies all through the field. It's going to be interesting to see how that impacts the sort of multi-class dynamic.
Yeah, certainly will be. The BMWs, they can refuel just a little bit quicker. That's why they've got just a slightly less, a slightly smaller fuel limit than the Porsches. We'll see. Hopefully that'll be able to play out there. That's the balance of performance that you see among these classes, and right now they look pretty even among the time charts. Just a couple minutes left. No one's been able to touch Trendell. Jamie Wilson's the second fastest. Right now we're riding on board with Christian Challoner. He has stepped over from NASCAR down into the BMW GT4. That's got to be a heck of a difference for him.
I'd imagine that car's a little bit more responsive there for him as we see him working his way onto the main straight, or the pit straight rather. But yeah, these GT4 cars, they are a little bit more responsive than some of the other cars. Obviously a lot less speed though, so still going to have to be working on that trail brake and fighting the car a little way around the track, but certainly going to have a lot more fun, I think, than running one of the big NASCAR Cup cars around here.
The race officials were talking about adding the 87 Cup cars to this event. They didn't end up going with that in their final decision, but man, that would have been interesting. I'd love to see Challoner drive one of those around here for three and a half hours. I don't know if he would like to do that, but either way, would sure be a fun addition to this event. Tyler Dubosch there. He's the fastest Porsche driver on track right now, just about a second behind Trendell. A little more than a second. He'll be taking it into the pits. Looks like he's done for the day for qualifying. This race also very early in the morning. It's going to be warming up throughout the day. It's only about 7:30 virtual standard time right now.
And that temperature is going to come into play a little bit. As you mentioned, we're currently sitting at about 68 degrees of track temperature, winds out of the northwest at 2 miles an hour, and a relatively low comparative humidity at 56%. And now as that sun starts to peek its way over the horizon, get in, that track temperature will rise. There'll be a little bit more grip in the tires. You'll be able to push a little bit harder. But that 68-degree track temp at the start, that's not going to be ideal for a lot of these guys. You're going to see a lot of cold tires right at the top, and it may take a half a lap or so to get them up to temp.
Absolutely. Jamie Wilson putting in his last lap right now. He's still 0.4 off of Trendell's time. See if he can put in a last-ditch effort here. As he looks to be coming up on the rejoin to the main circuit here. That infield portion here is so tricky. So hard to see, too. So many blind spots over those crests.
It really is. When you go through there, Nick, you've just got to kind of hold on to the steering wheel and pray. It is one of the most challenging pieces of tarmac, I would argue, in the United States to drive.
Certainly is. Wilson coming out of the final turn. See if he kept it on track for all 29 corners. Looks pretty good now. It is just a couple tenths off his fastest lap. Trendell right behind him, and he's not going to improve on his time. How about Dirk Fetterman? He sits back in 8th place, and, well, I sure hope there were no stewards in that pavilion there.
I think they were okay. The solid titanium tire wall did a great job of moving that car out of the way.
They sure did. Kevin Vimont sits down in 5th place. I think he is on a flyer in his Porsche. He's the second fastest Porsche out there right now. He works those hard left and rights uphill, rejoins the main circuit. Then it's a downhill plunge through the roller coaster.
This is a great section of track, sort of a elongated bus stop chicane almost, if you will, but that plunge downhill is really fantastic. And then coming around here, Hogpen, that last sweeping right-hander. Let's see if Vimont's got anything to do. Doesn't look like it.
Yep, don't see anyone improving there, so I do believe we'll be able to go to the grid. 27 drivers signed up for today's event, and it's Adam Blocker on pole in the C1 class. Billy Smith will be starting alongside of him. Those are two big names up front. Will Zoller and Thomas Grendel in row number 2. Our own Stefan Schlacker going to be starting P5 alongside Kim Salveson. Yuri going to be 7th with Alexander Bueller right alongside of him. And Antti Tuominen is going to be starting P9, rounding out the C1 class. DJ?
Starting off in the pole position for that C2 class is going to be Anders Dahl. Behind him in the 11th overall spot will be Philip Lake, followed by Reed Miller. Nicholas Bailey and Jamie Hall are going to make up row 7, and bringing up the back of that C2 class is going to be Jack Bruker.
And then in our GT4 class, it is an all UK and Ireland front row with Simon Trendle and Jamie Wilson. In the second row of this class will be Kristen Challoner and Tyler Dubosch, then Kevin Vimont and Walker Green. Josh Chin will be down in 22nd actually, and Florian Utst will start from the 23rd position. Then Dirk Fetterman and Francisco Jose Romero will be 24th and 25th, and one driver who did not qualify in this class was Mo Islam. He will be starting 26th, I believe.
Yep, and I also see Marc-Jean Girard out there as well. Didn't mention him, but he will be starting from the back of the C1 class, so that will put us up to 27 drivers in this event. They've got a long pace lap around here. Once they all get gridded up, just a hair over 4 miles through the Blue Ridge Mountains.
And it is going to be very long, but as we've seen a lot of times in this sort of standard tradition of the way that these guys work, is they will have different launch times, so the field will be nice and spread out as we get going. Just waiting for the last couple of cars here to grid up. Looks like there's one C3 car that we are still waiting on.
Looks that way. This is also, I must say, this is a stout field of drivers. This is not just your week 13 field of drivers that came for a crazy race. This is a field of drivers that has a very high SOF. They've got an average of 3,000, 5,000, and 4,000 I rating in each of the fields, each of the classes respectively. And you've got some big names. I mean, you've got a multi-Lionheart Series champion on the pole here, Adam Blocker, alongside a veteran endurance racer, Billy Smith. That's going to be very fascinating to watch up there. Then you've got Anders Dahl in the C2 class. He is actually going for his 6th straight Targa Virginia win. He has won the last 5 over 3 different classes. Very talented driver there. But he's got some Camel GT veterans behind him, Phil Lake and Reed Miller. And then the GT4 class also full of names like Christian Challoner. But, you know, to have Christian Challoner an eNASCAR Series driver starting in P3, that just shows you just how skilled the rest of the field's got to be.
Well, and don't discount Joshua Chin as well down there in 7th. It's a little bit interesting seeing him racing in a car with fenders, as it were, but he is, as of Thursday night, the reigning PRL Indy Pro champion, so he's one to watch as well.
You're right. I missed that name when I was skimming down through the list. I believe he's also got quite a lot of experience over in Lionheart, along with Adam Blocker. Doesn't quite have the rings to show for it just quite yet.
No, he does not, but he has been a rookie this season and has been doing absolutely spectacularly. So Chin, really, truly a world-class driver, and he will be one to keep an eye on, as starting 7th is not something we're used to seeing him do.
Yeah, it's going to be a fight up through the field. But like you said, they will spread themselves out quite a bit here on this pace lap. The LMP2s will put a nice buffer in between them, or I should say the Audis will put a nice buffer in between them and the class ahead of them. Anders Dahl waits there, and Simon Trendell doing the same for the GT4s. They make their way around the infamous Oak Tree Bend, one of the most famous, of course, one of the most historical recreations on iRacing, but also one of the most pivotal for this track, because you've got to get such a launch out of there. And with multi-class racing, you're going to see a lot of this straightaway here taken up by all sorts of different cars.
Yeah, you very much are. And, you know, it's a little bit of a shorter acceleration zone going from 12 into 13, but that could be an overtaking opportunity coming up the hill there. But it's all going to depend on that corner exit. And that really goes for a lot of these sort of longer corners, whether you're talking about Snake or Hogpen or Oak Tree. It's all about getting the power down just right.
Then they make their way into the infield section, which is going to be a handful for all 3 classes. I would be especially scared in the LMP2s, though. When you're coming up over those blind crests, even though it's such a twisty bit through there, it is still blistering speed compared to the other classes. This is the fastest car ever to be featured in the Targa Virginia.
Yeah, Nick, I do not envy these LMP2 drivers there in the C1 class coming up through that infield section. You know, it's very, very light braking, if at all, through there. Just quick taps on the brake, maybe a little bit of trail braking to try to get the car to rotate a little bit better. But for the most part, you are almost completely on the throttle through there, just kind of hoping on downforce and your tires to grip up. I think on the first lap in those LMP2s, it's going to be really tricky through there, hoping that they can get the tires up to speed at that point, but you're going to have to really, really soft toe it through there.
And you see them drive past those big orange concrete barriers. Those are the ones you got to watch out for if you go off track. The good thing about this track is that there is quite a lot of runoff room, so damage is you know, pretty easy to avoid, relatively speaking, compared to some other tracks. Just got to watch out for some of those random little obstacles on course. Adam Blocker getting ready to go. The race officials say that this race, it's not supposed to be sane, it's supposed to be survival. This is the 2020 Targa Virginia, and it is in the hands of Adam Blocker, who takes the green flag. He's got a nice gap back to Billy Smith. They are all going to go single file down into turn number 1. Will Zoller trying to get a run, but he's got company on the inside. That's Thomas Grendel. They're going to stack him up 2 by 2 behind him. Let's go back to the C2 class.
Well, in the C2 class, Anders Dahl's off to a really nice lead. Following behind him, Philip Blake. Reed Miller was able to keep on to that 3rd place position. Everybody's starting to fall back into single file here. Pretty nice, neat, and orderly, and everybody through the first couple of corners okay.
And then down in the M4s, our leader still Simon Trendell. He got a good start from pole. 2nd place is Jamie Wilson, and 3rd is still Christian Challoner. We haven't seen any changes in the order at the start, but they are nose to tail from 1st to 3rd.
Yeah, a very clean start for everyone here so far. Very impressive stuff as we've got a first car off. Trying to take a look back to see who that was. The LMP2s already making their way around Oak Tree, and it was Stefan Schlacker who just dipped off track just a little bit. Pass for the lead, though. Billy Smith has gone past Adam Blocker on the back straightaway.
Blocker looked like for a second he was going to try to fight that off, but very smartly chooses to just stay in line on this. Everybody comes back here as you can see them working their way through this 3-4-5 section. This is leading down the hill. There they go, charging through it. If you're Adam Blocker there, it's a little bit tricky. You're losing a little bit of downforce. And just about now, though, is when I'd imagine these tires are starting to come up to temperature for the LMP2 cars, so we could see a little bit more aggression starting to come out.
Absolutely. They'll want to save some of that for the rest of the 3.5 hours. You see all those cars go single file. A little bit of a problem for Alexander Bueller further back, it sounds like. Yeah, he's having to make his way back through some Audis, so he definitely got in trouble. He actually had a spin by himself and was narrowly avoided by Antti Tuominen.
For the lead in C3, we see Trendell and Wilson still going at it. Wilson has fallen back a little bit. He was right on the back of Trendell in the first few corners, but he's falling back, and Challoner is falling a little bit further back from him as well. So the battle for the lead is still quite close, probably within a second, but they are starting to spread out just a little bit.
And as you were taking us through the fight over there in C3, the LMP2s already had completed their first lap of today. They're going to be clicking off quite a few today, I believe. 84 is the Targa Virginia record. That was set 2 years ago by the Porsche 911s.
And I think there's a good chance we could break that, as these guys are running about a 2 minute 7 seconds in practice and qualifying, so that should be on par to break it. There you can see on the top of your screen as we watch Will Zoller and Thomas Grendel working their way around. They're in 4th and 5th respectively in that LMP2 C1 class as they work their way through Oak Tree.
Looks like Antti Tuominen has taken it to the pits in the C1 class. I didn't see him get any damage when Bueller spun. Oh, he had an issue. He went off into the tires, it looks like.
Well, it is a long race, so Tuominen's not going to be out of this yet. It'll put him on an alternate strategy for sure, as I'm sure he's probably going to just take a little bit of fuel. It'll help him 2 laps, but depending on how the traffic pans out, that might end up helping him.
Yeah, he had an issue. I believe this was through NASCAR Bend. That's that tricky left-hander, named after all of the NASCAR drivers who have failed to make their way through that turn. Did the exact same thing he did. All by himself. Must have just misjudged the corner or the braking point or something. Trying to get a replay of it here. He'll come up on it. And yeah, just not able to hit the apex.
Yeah, it looks like he locked up his front tires, I think, ever so slightly. Just couldn't get the car to grip up in front of him. Could also be a result of slightly underheated tires there, not keeping it on. But this is the battle right now for P in that C1 class and overall, as Adam Blocker sets the fastest lap of the race. That's 2 seconds off his qualifying time, just to keep in mind, but he is certainly keeping Billy Smith honest here in the opening stages.
Yeah, after he got overtaken on lap number 1, We expect the fuel window to be about 40 minutes for these LMP2s. You don't think he would be saving fuel back there at all through the slipstream portions of this track, do you?
I mean, he might be. We've seen Blocker, as you mentioned him in Lionheart. He is one of the more heads-up, sort of heady drivers, so he could be thinking about it, fuel conservation a little bit, but really and truly, I think this is going to be much more of a just try to keep up the pace type of race. You're not dealing with something like Mulsanne where you're able to really tuck up behind the draft for forever.
Definitely. Speaking of Lionheart, Joshua Chin, Joey has spotted down in C3, has made up quite a few spots from the get-go.
Yeah, he started 7th in class, and what do you know, we're down 1 or 2 laps already, and he's already up to 4th, and he's trying to catch that lead group of Trendle, Wilson, and Challoner, who have pulled away a little bit from the rest of the class, but Josh Chin does seem to be a little bit faster than them.
Taking a look on screen here at P3, back up in C1, the overall P3 here. Will Zoller holding off Kim Salveson and Stefan Schlacker, who's rebounded nicely.
Yeah, Stefan doing a good job to come back, but Zoller, I believe, made a little bit of a mistake. It allowed Thomas Grendel to get by him, and Grendel is now really starting to pull away. You can see him very fleetingly in your camera, that gold car, but Zoller under heavy, heavy pressure from Salveson and Schlacker behind. He's just looking a little bit like a stone, something just not suiting him in the early stages here with that car.
You mentioned the cold tires a little earlier on. I'm sure he might be struggling a little bit with that. Look at the acceleration that Will Zoller got out of there, out of Hogpen. That was huge as they go side by side behind him for P4. Schlacker trying the outside. See if he can make this work. He's going to have it done before they even get to turn number 1.
Well, there it is, Nick. You talked about that exit out of those corners. We mentioned it before. That's what it's all about. Getting the power down quickly. These Dalaras, these prototypes, there's a lot of downforce in them, but they've got those big, big, narrow tires, narrow tread with tires, and so getting the power down into them as fast as possible is what is going to allow you to make a pass here at Virginia, track that's not normally known for a whole lot of side-by-side action.
Adam Blocker setting another fastest lap as those tires continue to get up to heat. He is still keeping Billy Smith honest as they go around Oak Tree for the 4th time today. And then followed by this battle continuing on behind him. Got a second car in the pits today. Looks like it's Brewer, Alexander Brewer, down in the still in the C1 class.
And there you see him.
He is already back out, yeah.
Yeah, he's getting away. I think he had a little bit of an off, nothing too crazy. I'm looking to see what it is, but just coming into the pits there, about a 42-second pit stop for him, so no mega damage if damage was sustained.
Won't be surprised if we see some endurance racing strategies like we do in the real world. Seeing, you know, double stinting, maybe even triple stinting the tires over there in LMP2. I don't know if I would be so comfortable triple stinting them, especially here, and they go through the infield section. They're going to be sliding around quite a bit, but we might see some of that craziness today to live up to the nature of this race.
Yeah, the triple stint I think is going to be just a bridge too far for these tires, but I certainly think double stinting is on the card, especially in the first 2 stints of this race. If I'm one of the LMP2 drivers, I'm going to look at doing that double stint because I don't have to get the tires back up to temperature like I would have on a fresh set of boots. So that's probably what's going to be on the cards for these guys.
P7 in the GT4 class, we're seeing Walker Green, Dirk Fetterman, Tyler Dubosch, whole load of drivers fighting over a little bit of track position. But what we've seen in this class for these first couple laps is nobody's really too happy to make a pass. They're happy to stay behind the car in front, maybe get a little bit of a draft, save a little bit of fuel, maybe even save a little bit of tires. So we seem to be seeing a pretty close train throughout the entirety of this GT4 field.
Yeah, this is the field that's going to be able to go the longest on fuel, probably over an hour, as we see a move around Dubosch, maybe. for Walker Green. That's for 6th place in C3. They're side by side through the infield section. Not much room on the track. How long can they make this last? Well, there you go. Walker Green wants to get it done.
I was going to say, not very long. It was Porsche versus BMW. The BMW came out ahead. And that is, I think, the first pass we've seen outside of lap 1. So we'll see if these guys start getting more racy.
Oh, problems for Trendell ahead of him, the leader of the class. Let's take a look at the replay here. All by himself, and this is really interesting. I'm not seeing, he got overtaken by the top 2.
It looks like he just let them by on the inside to me. He didn't even go off. That is interesting. Oh, that's true. It could be a cut course penalty for Trendell. I didn't see him cut anything.
Yep, just a little bit before that replay, he cut one of the S's downhill. But he was already under pressure from Jamie Wilson and Christian Challoner. I think they were about to take that fight to him. And Billy Smith is off, another leader. But this time up in C1 and this time in Hogpen. They have hit the back of the GT4s, and traffic is starting to play a major role in this race.
We wondered how long it was going to be in there. You see, as we're going to jump back to replay here on this incident with Billy Smith. That is him in that blue number 70 car, that blue and orange. Oh, you see that GT4 just didn't know where to go between him and Grendel. That was no fault of anybody's there. They just kind of sandwiched him and absolutely no space at all. You can see here from on board, this is Adam, it was Adam Blocker behind him, excuse me. You can see this, look at that GT4 sticking to the racing line. Blocker tries to go to the inside. He's able to get by nice and easy. Almost hits that attenuator there, but Smith really just lucking out on that run.
And they are still racing on screen. Billy Smith caught up to him in a hurry. When Blocker had to go through traffic of his own, should be able to get around these BMWs. These are the leaders they're going around now. There's Trendell. Now let's see if they can clear Challoner and Wilson before they get to that infield section. No problem for them. Maybe a shallow entry, though, for Billy Smith. That's going to help Adam Blocker extend that lead.
Yeah, it certainly is. And there you can see it, just as you said, Blocker starting to pull away. Just a note to our viewers, we haven't forgotten about that C2 class, that GTO, but everybody's spaced out pretty nicely there. Not a lot of good action happening at the moment, so we're going to stick with these LMP2 cars as they blast around here, as this is some of the best action on the track.
Yep, Anders Dahl still leads over there. They're all by themselves for now. That's a class much more prone to racing with some faster prototypes, usually with the Nissan GTPs down in Camel GT. Actually, quite a few of these drivers, I believe, drive mostly Nissans over there. They've made the switch back to Audi, but most of them veteraned in pretty much anything on a road course here in iRacing.
And this is actually the highest I rating, the highest strength of field class at 5,125. So you'd expect to see some hot competition in here, but right now the gaps appear to be 2.5 seconds, 6 seconds, 6 seconds, 2 seconds, and 8 seconds between each car in this class.
Take a look at 4th place up in the LMP2s. This is a logjam. Thomas Grendel trying to hold off 2 drivers behind him. That's Kim Salveson, who's continued to make his way up through the field, and Yuri Jurg behind him in the 27.
Yeah, Nick, and I was watching them just a little bit earlier. There was a big schmozzle that everybody got into there with the GT4s ahead of them, pushing a couple of guys off wide. They just caught up on a narrow portion of the track and absolutely nowhere to go. But nobody, forced to come to the pits, no major damage, just a little bit of bruised egos and a little bit of off track.
Yeah, and we saw in the background there a little bit of a mistake from Salveson getting through the S's. That's going to allow Jurg to catch up to him, but what can you do after that? Not finding any room to pass right now. Maybe down into Oak Tree.
Trendell has made his way back up second.
Yeah, got around Challoner. They are still quite a ways away from the leader, Jamie Wilson. See a replay of how this happened on the main straight with an LMP2 car. A little bit of a crossover move, it looks like.
But
Side by
Challoner
side through the
fell
first couple of turns. Yeah.
like 4 seconds back, so I don't know if they're going to make contact further along in this replay, because this is Challoner and Wilson side by side, but the gap between Challoner and Wilson now is 4 seconds, so clearly they didn't keep this too wide going for very long.
Yeah, right now in the GT4 class, it is Jamie Wilson leading. Christian Challoner, like you said, is quite a ways back in second place, and then you've got Simon Trendell, who's right along with him. So they spread themselves out for now. The LMP2s definitely did a number to them their first time around. It only took them 5 laps. We'll see that pretty much every 5 laps from here on out. I don't believe the C1 class has made their way around the Audis yet, though.
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The closest thing we've got is Alexander Bueller starting to come up behind them, but that's a little bit weird lap. They're actually on the same lap. But the most important thing, this is Philip Lake and Anders Dahl on your camera. Lake has caught Dahl. This is a battle for position right here.
Yeah, how about this? Anders Dahl, who had a big lead from the start, at least over a second through the infield portion. You see him get away there, but Philip Lake, he's been able to catch him back on the main course. We'll see if he's able to do that once again. They rejoin right there over that extra patch of runoff. Then down the roller coaster. Very pivotal time to get a run down through Hogpen, and then they'll launch them right onto the pit straight.
And there you see Dahl pulling out a little bit more of an advantage. That gap still now under a second. But on that last lap, Dahl was able to claw back a little bit. He's about a 10th faster than Lake. As you can see there, that's Alexander Bueller, as I mentioned. That is a actual pass for position. They are on the same lap here. So Dahl, obviously, Bueller suffering a little bit from that early pit stop he took and trying to get by now. You can see, though, watching these LMP2s and these GTOs, it's a lot more difficult for the LMP2s to get the passes on the GTOs. These are more evenly matched cars.
Yeah, Bueller trying to get back in the game. If you're going to have an issue, you might as well have it early, but no blue flags to help him out there. These Audis are really getting up to speed in a straight line, 160 miles an hour, which is really keeping them at bay with each other. Ooh, a little bit of a slide from Dahl there. Might allow Lake to catch him just a little bit.
Yeah, the side-by-side with Bueller and Dahl into the S's there slowed Dahl down a little bit, and Lake has closed to within half a second again. But the second half of the lap is where Dahl was stronger last time, so I don't think he'll be sweating this too much just yet.
Yeah, they've got a long race ahead of them to figure this out. But Phil, in and around the lake, he's got to get in and around Anders Dahl, the 5-time reigning champ of Targa Virginia. He's got 3 more hours to figure it out.
That it is. Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult to overtake someone with so much experience on this track. It'll be a Dahl order, but Lake might be able to do it.
And Stefan Schlacher finds himself in trouble again, it looks like. He's in 4th place right now. Let's take a look at the replay. I see some dirt kicked up back behind him. That's never a good sign. I think he might have gone off again just a little bit. Yep. You see him, those left side tires dipped in, and oh, nice job, Steph, to avoid the tires.
Yeah, that just coming around Oak Tree, just got his left side tires onto the grass, messed up his braking point a little bit. I think had to sort of overcompensate on it, get everything set in stone. But as you said, great job to recover there. He's now going to be back on the back foot, but chasing down Kim Salveson right ahead of them, as that's Nicholas Bailey from the GTOs. Looks like he had it off and was stationary for a long time. Not exactly sure what that was all about.
He just clipped the grass going through there, and he spun in a really unfortunate area. He was like sideways across the track, but luckily he was able to get out of the way without getting T-boned by anyone.
Back up front, you see just how close it is. Thomas Grendel, he's had his mirror full this whole race. That's Kim Salveston, and this time it's Stefan Schlacker who finds himself back there and on the left rear wheel of Kim Salveston there. Not able to get it done this time.
No, it's not, but what that's telling me is that Schlacker really has a good understanding of his LMP2. He knows what that car can do. Taking the wide line there through that that corner, that shows me that he knows he can make some things happen. He's got to be a little bit closer to make that move actually work, but don't be surprised if we see him try it again here on the next lap.
Over 170 miles an hour, they just wind their way up through there. They've got some Audi traffic. They get around nicely. That was Jamie Hall. They've got clear track ahead of them, it looks like.
Yeah, nice and clear. They don't really have anybody coming up on the horizon for them, so that'll be a bit of a sigh of relief for Grendel, or for Grendel and Salveston, so we'll have to see what they can do.
And Reed Miller has a damaged Audi in the pits as well. Looks like he may have had an issue. Looks like a while back he may have had an issue, actually. See if we can snatch a replay of this. I believe he was all by himself. No, he was not by himself. He had Moa Slam in front of him in the 86 car. That was a GT4 ahead of him who, well, I guess Miller just wasn't quite able to get around him.
Yeah, it looks like he thought he was going to be given some room there on the outside, that GT4 ahead of him. Not really on the same brainwave. That just caused him to go off and spin. Miller still getting repairs in the pits, so he'll be a good long while, but he'll be back out on track at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, he slammed on the brakes, and that just made the car snap when it caught the grass. We'll see how long it takes to get him back out on the circuit. Back on screen, though, it's a pass for third. It's Kim Salveston who finds his way around. The other, Thomas Grendel, who's also passed by Stefan Schlacker, it looks like.
Yeah, good action. That's exactly what I was talking about. Coming into that first corner there, really making that work. So there you can see it. Galveston losing out, basically 2 positions in one corner, with Schlacker now focusing in on, or Grendel rather, losing positions, and Salveston now being the one to have Schlacker clearing his sights.
Now Kim Salveston leads this train. They are still quite a ways away from Billy Smith and Adam Blocker. There was a bit of a battle going on behind him. Yuri Jurg and Will Zoller. Jurg got around Zoller quite a few laps ago. They've got about a 6-7 second gap in between them now, but now Jurg is catching up to the back of Grendel quite rapidly too.
Yeah, this C1 battles are really proving to be a whole lot of excitement here. As you can see, this train now really getting into a 4-car territory. This is going to continue going, and now I've got to start to think about these guys. We're 25 minutes down. I would imagine we're about 10 to 15 minutes towards pit stop, so we may see a little bit of stuff, but we've got a big spinner going off. That looked like it was one of the LMP2s as well, coming around some of the GTO traffic.
That was Antti Tuominen, who had already just gotten out of the pits from an earlier incident. And yeah, that was involved because of some contact with Joshua Chin. What a shame. He was on such a run today.
Yeah, one of the LMP2s seemingly went to a gap that did not exist inside Chin, spun him a little bit. It doesn't seem like he has too much damage, but Antti Tuominen looks like he'll have another run through the pits. And the Audi GTO of Phil Lake was involved in there too.
Yeah, it clipped his right front, it looked like, but they are still making their way through traffic. Oh, very close on the back of Tyler Dubois is Yuri Jurg. As they come around on the front straightaway. Great heads-up driving by a lot of these racers out there. We'll try to jump back for you and see what happened to Josh Chin. He's still going. Yeah, he didn't pick up too much damage. Just a little bit on the front end. Looks like he got a tap from Adam Blocker, actually. overall leader. Have to check to see if Blocker's got any damage. Billy Smith had some great heads up through there as well. Just really got through. He had cars wrecking on both sides of him. But he now finds himself 6 seconds back from Adam Blocker for the lead.
Yeah, so that's obviously going to throw things a little bit up of a kerfluffle there. I think what happened with that was the Chin just didn't realize the closing speed of that LMP2 of Blocker, kind of shut the door a little bit. But we jump back to what is happening on track. This is that same LMP2 C1 battle that we have been enjoying, as it looks like we may have a pass here.
Side by side, trying to get underneath him. Still side by side through these turns. That's Thomas Grendel in the 87, and there it is. Yuri Jurg able to get underneath him.
And that's really a case of Jurg just knowing exactly how this track is going to shape out, throwing around the outside of 13 and 14, knew he was going to be better positioned coming through 16, 17, 18, the spiral area, and knowing that that would give him the inside line there. So good heads-up play from Jurg that'll move him up to 5th place.
Riding on board with Will Zoller here. That's an awesome onboard camera from Dougie Beard. See just how intense it gets in the cockpit of one of these space shuttles. A little bit of dust kicked up in front of them. That's some GT4 traffic. Christian Challoner is the one they're getting around. Same with Simon Trendell. And soon to be Jamie Wilson, the leaders in that class. They're side by side though on the front straightaway. Grendel to the outside of Jurg. He's going to have to back in as the contact is made as they catch the Audi of Phil Lake. Now Will Zoller gets underneath him. More contact made with Thomas Grendel.
And that is the battle for GTO P1 right there. So this is getting in the middle of a fierce battle on track. That's Jurg jumping up the middle. That forces Lake to back off a little bit. Then Grendel thinking about trying to go down the inside, not able to do it. Remember what we said, these GTOs are really fast in a straight line, so it's very difficult for these LMP2s to get by. Oh, right there you can see Jurg trying to get by Dahl. He gets it done. It looks like Dahl's going to give him that position, tuck back in line, but Grendel still hung up behind Lake.
That was a bold move by Yuri Jurg. He got it done. Just peeked underneath as Phil Lake is going to go spinning uphill as some contact with the 87 of Thomas Grendel gets in his way. Let's take another look at that. Looks like Grendel just caught him in a hurry. Too much.
Yeah, you can see him kind of coming through here, getting through that little twisty bit. Then here comes that super, super fast speed we talked about. Comes in there. Grendel has to back off in the corner. Those LMP2s better under braking than the GTOs. Grendel just didn't know it. Looks like there was a hair of a bit of that nasty net code there, but still, Grendel coming in with a lot of speed, just not anticipating how much later on the brakes he was able to be as compared to Lake.
Will Zoller did a great job there as well to not get in trouble. Back in C3, Simon Trendell having a heck of a task now, holding off Christian Challoner.
Yeah, these three have not been able to get away from each other for the entirety of the race. We saw the gap expand to as big as 4 seconds with Jamie Wilson in the lead, but Trendell and Challoner have both made their way back up, and the battle for first, second, and third is covered by about 1.5 seconds.
Yep, these three cars have stuck together all throughout this race, these opening 30 minutes. Right now it is the 187 of Jamie Wilson who leads the way, and they get a brief moment of rest here. No other classes around them, it looks like. They've already been in the thick of it.
Yeah, it won't be a very long piece of rest. And we've seen the way the three classes are separated in speed. Every half hour or so, all three classes join on track, and that's where we get the chaos of all three classes with 10 seconds between each other merging. And the differences in speed, that's where we see most of the accidents.
These guys just don't quite have that gap down close enough to where they'd be able to make a move. They seem pretty content right now. Actually, the next car they have behind him is another GT4. It's Joshua Chin, and then they've got Looks like Marc-Jean Girard in the 42 LMP2 making his way up through the field.
Josh Chin was working his way up to that podium battle, but he had that accident with the LMP2 traffic, and he's now about 20 seconds behind the battle for the podium. But he's got 3 hours to make that up, and it's definitely possible. Anything is in an endurance race like this.
Yeah, he's made up 5 overall positions on the grid, 3 of his own. Certainly off to a pretty good start, minus that small dip off into the grass. Oh, as Challoner gets real close to Trendell for second around Oak Tree, not able to get anything done, but maybe a little bit of draft will help him here.
Trendell has the draft from Wilson as well, though, so like we've seen this weekend in Bahrain for the F1 weekend, we got a little bit of a draft train here. When you've got the draft of the car in front and the car behind you is the draft from you, you can't really do anything with that.
They ride in line for now. Let's take a look at those Audis in the C2 class. Haven't shown too much love to them today. This is back in P4 here, I believe.
That's right, Nick. This is Jack Brooker and Nicholas Bailey as they work their way around. Brooker in that 24 machine right in front of them, working their way around 13 and 14. Really trying to get something done. They've been able to close this down. Bailey slowly but surely reeled him in. So a good little battle here shaping up. Not a lot of action thus far, but it's about to. As you can see, they're coming up behind some of the LMP2, or excuse me, the C2 class cars right now.
And of course, Bailey was ahead of Breuker, but Bailey had that spin where he lost about 30, 40 seconds. So he's making that up. So he's not going to be last in class for long, he hopes.
That is Francisco Jose Romero in front of him in the 888 car, running in 10th place in C3. And they've got some LMP2 traffic behind him. Alexander Bueller, he's still trying to make his way up through the field. He's last place, or minus Antti Tuoman in 9th place in the running order for C1. Gives a little flash of the headlights there as Breuker makes his way around Romero and splits the middle as Alexander Bueller. Now he's going to go around the outside. Nicely done there for Alexander Bueller in some multi-class traffic.
A little fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee there, just coming is weaving this way back and forth. Also able to get around to that GT4 up ahead of him. But we're going to jump back up here as this is the battle for the lead of LMP1 C1 class.
That's right, Billy Smith. I mentioned a few laps ago he had a 6-second gap to Adam Blocker. Well, now he's got the lead and he's got the inside around him. Things can change in a hurry up in these LMP2s.
It certainly can, and especially with a guy like Adam Blocker, who is so well versed in so many different disciplines here on iRacing. Really, really keeping Smith honest here, not doing anything too crazy of a move as we tick down with just under 3 hours to go in the Targa Virginia. Blocker knows that if he can force Smith into a mistake, that's going to be his best way by. Doesn't want to have to force the issue quite yet.
You can see the difference in their braking points there. Separates them a little bit heading up the hill. Around Oak Tree, see if Blocker can get a big enough run here to make something happen.
It looks like Smith got a little bit of a better exit there coming off of Oak Tree. That's going to give him a gap of about a half a second or so, but Blocker able to close that down to about 3/10 by the time they break in for that corner. So keeping it here, keeping it honest all with that. Like I said, this is 30 minutes down though, Nick. We're going to be starting to get into fuel window territory here.
Yeah, we certainly are. Man, they got real close there. Blocker couldn't make anything of it. They are coming up on a few GT4 cars. Romero is the first one. And very close action there. They're just going to be able to sneak around him on the outside. That's the access road that they have to go over. Now it is Tyler Dubosh, the next one up. They're going to get him on the outside again.
And that is an LMP2 driver's absolute nightmare. That's the worst spot on track to catch them coming up all of that sequence into roller coaster. But both drivers able to handle that very, very clean and smoothly. This is going to be a much easier pass. His blocker gets a mega run out of Hawkpen. He's going to have the look on the outside.
How about that run for Adam Blocker? He's going to take back the lead. They've got a lot of cars in front of him, though. Watch out. That is a mix of all sorts of different classes ahead of him, and that is really stacking them up. Billy Smith's going to use that as an advantage, uses that as a pick, and gets 3 cars around him. Adam Blocker's going to be able to follow, but he loses the lead in the process.
That's the most heads-up driving I've seen today. Billy Smith recognizing he could pin Adam Blocker down through those first couple of corners and did it to take back the lead. But now as they make their way, charging around here, coming up the hill towards Oak Tree, we're going to have to see what he can do. Oh, there's contact there. That is the 24 of Jack Broker, the one we were following before. He's around as these leaders continue to battle.
Takes a slide on track. Stays out of everyone's way for the most part. These two continue to go at it. There's another BMW they get around. That's Joshua Chin. They're coming up on the leaders here soon.
And we did just hear over the radio Billy Smith say sorry for that contact, but there was some definite net code there. Unable to independently verify that, but just one of those situations when you're in that kind of spot, you're in between a rock and a hard place. So no harm, no foul on that as they break hard, trying to come through here. Here we can see the replay.
You're going to see the Rainbow Warrior go for a spin here. I don't know if you can call that a spin, more of a slide.
Yeah, so here they come. Yeah, you can. Yeah, that does. Billy's right. That is net code. Nobody's fault there. He just tried to cut across quickly. Nowhere to go. And good job there from Brooker to really be able to keep that car sliding, not spinning.
Yeah, what an awful part in the track to be sitting sideways, too. Man, everyone did a great job there, staying out of his way. Looks like we have our first LMP2 pitter as well. Marc-Jean Girard has taken it to the pits. A little bit of an early stop, and actually now the leaders are coming in. We've seen more drivers behind them come in the pits, and Billy Smith is going to lead Adam Blocker down. They both come in at the same time.
That's going to keep them right nose and tail with each other. And yeah, while we were watching that awesome battle on track, Kim Salveson, Stefan Schlacher, Yuri Yurg, Thomas Grendel, Will Zoller, and Marc Gingard all came into pit. So all of your LMP2, these guys in the C1 class, they have all been in and out of the pits.
Yep, it's just down to our leaders here. Lengthy pit stops normally for this car. Adam Blocker wasn't quite square in his box, and it's going to be Billy Smith just barely getting away first. They're going to rejoin the track 1 and 2 just like that. Great stuff between them. That battle is going to continue on.
Wilson and Trendell in C3, close together as always, but they're closer than they've ever been. The gap now is about 0.283 seconds, but Trendell still happy to run behind Wilson, save a little bit of fuel, and he doesn't seem too aggressive to take that lead away.
Yeah, these guys still have a few more laps to go until they have to come in for their first stop of the day. They've all run 1, 2, and 3, sometimes not in this exact order, but it's how they run right now. They seem pretty content with it.
Well, the one driver who I have seen trying to make aggressive moves is Challoner. He tried to get by Trendell at turn 1 a couple laps ago, couldn't quite make it stick, and he has fallen back a little bit, but through these S's, he seems like he's just a little bit faster, and suddenly the great trio of these 3 drivers are close together again.
And I would reckon as well that Jamie Wilson and Simon Trendell might be running this as a team here, those matching paint schemes. Probably doing a great job fending off the hard-charging Challoner behind him. These BMWs can go pretty hard over those curbs. That's one of the big advantages to them. Pretty stable through those tougher portions of the track.
You do have to be careful not to take too much curb, though, because as we saw with Trendale earlier, you can get a corner cut penalty if you go a little bit too far over that curb and cut through the grass too much.
Yeah, and backing off is not anything that these three want to do as they run so close together. They don't want to lose that draft between them, because you have to go 25 seconds back to find the next GT4 car of Joshua Chin.
And he's fallen like 6 seconds back from where he was a couple laps ago,
Yeah.
so I wonder if the draft that these three cars are getting is actually increasing their lap time, and Joshua Chin, who's running all alone, can't really do anything like that.
Well, Chin is about to have company with the form of the C1 leaders, still neck and neck. Billy Smith and Adam Blocker get around him. Chin's actually got to go off track in front of a couple more LMP2 drivers. That's Stefan Schlacker, who's made his way up to third place, and Kim Salveson. Chin has to take to the grass a second time.
Yeah, Chin flying all over the place there, but during the pit stops there, the real winners, I think, were the guys in this P3, P4 battle, Stefan Schlacker and Kim Salveson, as they were really able to catch up to the back of Smith and Blocker, getting that gap down to under 2 seconds at one point. Blocker and Smith starting to pull away just a hair, but there you see as Schlacker goes by, you can see the two leaders there in the distance. That is 1, 2, 3, 4 on your screen.
Yeah, they were definitely able to draw them in big time. Only 2.5 seconds. We'll have to keep an eye on that, especially if Billy Smith and Adam Blocker continue to battle. That is only going to help Stefan Schlacker.
Depends on where they battle, to be honest, Nick. I mean, if they're battling really hard side by side through the S's, through any of these, twisty bit sections, that is going to be a tricky place to do it. But if they're smart, they may be able to do the old oval strategy, get a little bit of draft leapfrog going, and be able to pull away just a little bit.
A little bit of a wiggle there from Adam Blocker. Kim Salveson joined in this picture big time, like you were mentioning. Him and Stefan Schlacker were the big winners of that, but Salveson 4 seconds quicker in his pit stall. Maybe a little bit less fuel?
That's kind of what I'm thinking. He may be playing gamesmanship, recognizing where he is, what he's doing, all that kind of stuff, and thinking he may be able to go a little bit shorter on fuel here as we've got a battle for the lead. Oh, once again, Billy Smith using one of those GT4s as a pick, able to stop the progress of Adam Blocker. Blocker forced to go back, but that's a GTO and a GT4 in front of him. That's going to be a little confusing for Billy Smith. How are they going to navigate this as they come through?
Once again, we see the difference. Sports cars versus Indy cars. Both of these drivers' specialties, and Billy Smith, the sports car driver, is prevailing through the multi-class traffic. He's got two more in front of him, an Audi and a BMW, and now Adam Blocker is able to get a big run. Oh, look at this. Stefan Schlacker has joined the party.
Where did he come from? I didn't even notice him come up from the back in that, but Schlacker just all up into the back here of this battle, hanging on to P3 and starting to make a run for Adam Blocker. So Blocker's now going to have to look in his mirrors as well. Great, you can see on board here. This is a great shot from Dougie Beard. You can see the power as they get down out of Oak Tree and power away. 1, 2, 3 there right on your screen.
Schlacker not with a great exit out of Oak Tree, but good enough to hang with him. Very hard right corner hairpin. Oh, maybe a little bit of contact between Blocker and Smith. That's enough for Schlacker to join the mix once again. Downhill. They enter into the spiral. And they've got to tiptoe it around there.
Yeah, it's really hard to get a pass done through there. You were mentioning IndyCar. It's very similar to one of IndyCar's tracks. The amazing sequence at Barber, that downhill run into the hairpin, the chicane into the hairpin, very similar as we coming up through that sort of 2021, 22, 23 complex. Schlacker's starting to fall back just a little bit before the roller coaster.
Yeah, the traffic really played in Schlacker's favor there. If he could get a few more gaggles of cars, that would sure help him big time.
Yeah, Anders Dahl, our leader in the GTO class, has come to the pits and given the lead to Philip Lake momentarily. But it seemed like a routine stop for Dahl. He took fuel, and I believe he took some tires, and he'll probably regain the lead once everything cycles through.
And we'll have to keep an eye on those C2 cars as they make their way through their pit cycle. Dahl was the first one to pit, other than Reed Miller, who still sits in the pits with some extensive repairs. Back up front in the overall lead, yeah, Schlacher falling off for now. It's down to Blocker and Billy Smith.
Great run for Blocker there, really able to close it up, has to fall back a little bit, got a little too close before they get to this hairpin. What can he do as they work their way around Oak Tree? Schlacher also able to really fight back. You know, Nick, I don't think it was necessarily the traffic that has had as much to do with it. I just think Schlacher's really fast through that first sector.
He sure is, and as they were going around Oak Tree, I noticed Jamie Hall was sitting off in the tires over there. He was running third place in the time in the Audis, but yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on is Schlacher, because he gained in on him once again. Maybe a little bit of setup difference. He's a little bit faster on those straightaways.
As we see here on camera, that's Philip Lake coming into the pits. Joey, as you were talking about, that the battle between him and Anders Dahl, we'll have to see where they come out as Lake gets ready to head out of the box.
The gap was pretty substantial between them when they were both running on track together. Remember, Lake had a bit of an incident, and there we see Dahl absolutely flying by as Lake is still stuck in the pits.
It is going to take a lot to dethrone Anders Dahl in the Targa Virginia. That's what these Camel GT drivers are finding out now.
Anders is pretty much the only driver in the C2 class that hasn't run into trouble, because we saw Broiker and Bailey both have spins. We saw Jamie Hall go into the tires a little bit. We saw Philip Lake involved in something earlier. But Anders Dahl has been able to keep his nose clean, and he's been rewarded with a 15-second lead at the moment.
We continue to watch these C1 leaders on screen. They're coming up on a little bit of traffic. That's actually another LMP2 car, Antti Tuominen, who's being held up big time by Philip Lake.
And the top speed of the GTOs, that C2 class car, coming into effect once again as Blocker, again, right up behind Smith's gearbox, but has to back off ever so slightly. This could get really dicey. Oh, that's Kevin Vimont being forced to go off through Oak Tree a little bit. They are now right up behind Billy Lake as Antti Tuominen has gotten past him.
Let's see what kind of run they can get here. Into that hairpin turn once again. Blocker has no choice but to sit behind Billy Smith. He wasn't able to execute a pass. They both had a shallow entrance because of Philip Lake's Audi. Now that's holding up Stefan Schlacher. That's really going to hurt him.
Yeah, that's really a bad place to catch him as they come down over the hill. That's really, really hurting Schlacher, and then that GTO's top speed coming into play there. But now it's going to be an interesting play. This is the first LMP2 that these guys have had to lap, and Tuominen here, I think he's going to play this nice get out of the way, but Blocker looking at his chops, maybe thinking just a little bit of a hesitation by Billy Smith could give him the lead.
And while Schlacher was trying to, oh boy, Billy Smith really in trouble there as Adam Blocker is going to get around him.
That's exactly what it is. You watch for those advantages with lap traffic or for other classes when you are racing in a multi-class field like this. And that's exactly what Adam Blocker did. He knew it was coming. He waited for the opportunity, positioned himself exactly correctly, and puts himself back in the lead. But as we've seen, Billy Smith knows how to keep fighting. Now they've got to get around Kevin Vimont, who very smartly gets out of the way. Nice big block now of clean track, about 9 seconds up the road.
Schlacher's in trouble. Schlacher in trouble with Tuominen, and Salveson is going to get collected in that. The battle for third place has all gone off track. Oh, man. Both trying to get around the slower LMP2, who was being held up by a GT4 car. That was a Porsche of Kevin Viemont, like we saw. Schlacher tried to get in underneath him. That made some pretty heavy contact with Tuominen. That shot Tuominen right back across the track, right directly into the path of Kim Salvesen.
I think for Stefan Schlacher, he just did not anticipate Tuominen being forced to take that alternate line. Here you can see with Kim Salvesen, this would be a good view in front of everything that happened. That Schlacher directly ahead of him. You can see there, yeah, it looked like, my guess is that Schlacher thought that Tuominen was going to take a wider line through that corner and give him the space, when in reality, Tuominen was just trying to take a little bit of a crossover move to get that past it. Ooh, Billy Smith gets a little squirrely there, goes off track. That's going to be for sure a slowdown penalty for him, so it'll drop him back a couple of seconds from his challenge in getting past Adam Blocker.
Man, he took a ride there for sure, up and over the bumps of the grass. You gotta be careful, these cars, that might have done a little bit of floor damage to him. They'll have to keep an eye out for that. I was wondering the same thing about Stefan Schlacher. He's actually not taking a tow like Kim Salvesen. He's able to keep on driving that thing, and I don't see too much damage for him. As look at this ride by Billy Smith, up and over. Wow.
And you can see his hands just furiously sawing at that wheel, trying to keep everything straight. As there you see him getting by the GTO C2 leader of Anders Dahl. But it didn't cost Billy Smith all that much. He's only about a half a second back. So not the end of the world here for Billy Smith. But yeah, some definite potential of floor damage. He's going to have to keep an eye on it.
Looks like Stefan Schlacher feels confident enough about his car to not come into the pits. He's going to stay out there and fight. Kim Salvesen, however, he still does remain in the pits. Yuri Jurg, Thomas Grendel, all being able to overtake him on track.
C3 leaders again, stuck together. We come back to these guys every couple minutes. They separate when the LMP2s come through to lap them, and then they get right back together again. It's still Wilson, Trendell, Challoner, and now the number 42 of Mark Jean-Regard in LMP2 is coming to take care of them.
Yeah, he's struggling to get by him now, and after Jean Girard gets by him, then they've got Jamie Hall in the Audi to try to get by them.
And then once Jean Girard gets by them, I assume Ricky Bobby will too?
Yeah. He'll at least try. They're putting up quite a fight right now. I don't know.
Yeah, this isn't the best place on track to take care of lapped traffic. Some fast corners and pretty much only one line through here. We don't want to replicate what's happened to some of the other LMP2s when they ran into lap traffic trouble, as Challoner and Wilson or Trendell are coming to the pits here. That was a little bit dicey.
That's Wilson. He gets in there cleanly, but yeah, really hot into the pits for Challoner. He had his hands full for sure as they were all going past him. That's going to leave Trendell out on track alone.
It's interesting to see if those two guys were working as teammates, why they wouldn't pit together.
Yeah, certainly is. They might be testing out the gaps, the delta here for later on in the race. We'll have to see as, oh man, Challoner and Wilson are going to come out side by side just about. Nose to tail. They come back out on track. Challoner still in tow, wasn't able to get around him.
They went in nose to tail and they came out nose to tail. And something I've just noticed in this class, Josh Chin, who's been running fourth for the longest time, is currently sat in the pits without a hood. So I do not know what happened to him, but he must have got into the tires somewhere.
We also had Will Zoller become our first retirement of the race quite a while ago as well. He was struggling after starting up in third place.
Seeing Fetterman, Dirk Fetterman in the pits right now. He was running, I believe, 6th or 7th, and coming out. He might have had a little bit of damage, we're hearing, maybe an accident with someone on track.
Yeah, I think he was racing with Walker Green, but I think he just came in the pits a lap earlier than Green did. There he is, back live, back out on the track.
This will be a wait to see if Trendell will come in this lap, or will he try and stretch it maybe an extra 2 laps or 3 laps as a sort of a strategy move, but I predict that we'll see him dive in the next 2 corners.
Joshua Chin in the pits for a lengthy amount of time right now. He's still getting a bit of damage repair. That's at least 6 minutes of damage as we see his teammate Trendell come in.
Yeah, I rewinded a couple of minutes. Josh Chin just overcooked it a little bit. I believe it was through the oak tree and nosed it into the tires.
Ooh.
It's a lot of damage, but he'll be sitting in the pits for a while. And we've also seen Kim Salveson disconnected from the race up in LMP2.
That is a heartbreaker there for Salveson. He was closing in on Schlocker as he was dealing with traffic, but then it all went south. So our second LMP2 casualty of the day.
But here comes Wilson, and here comes Trendell out of the pits. How are they going to merge together? This is going to be very close. Will Wilson be able to jump him, or will he stay behind? He will stay behind. Trendell has overtaken Wilson in the pits with that overcut.
Yeah, good job by him. I think Challoner staying out and battling, or staying with Wilson, I should say, and battling, that certainly played into the hands of Trendell. But not too much of a gap there, and it looks like Wilson and Challoner will get him right back out, and they'll be pretty much nose to tail 1, 2, 3, just like we saw them before they came in the pits.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they're like this for the next 2.5 hours. Nothing seems to be able to separate these 3 guys.
That is the closest battle on track.
Nicholas Bailey is behind them in the C2 class. Not too much of a speed differential between these two, but should hopefully be enough to blast by him on the straight. We'll see how that impacts. Oh, he doesn't have any speed on the straight. I wonder if there's some damage in that car.
Well, we'll find out soon, because Broiker's coming up behind him with another Audi. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like that's their top speed there. Bailey will get by him. Broiker finds himself in an awkward position here on the inside of all 3 of those leaders. Another Audi sits behind him. That's Phil Lake trying to slice and dice his way through.
And Challoner is trying to position himself to fit through the hole that these faster cars are going through, but he was not able to go with Broiker there and get past Wilson. He's going to try and follow Lake, but he's not going to be able to do that either. He's still stuck in 3rd.
Phil Lake stuck behind Trendell. He'll be able to sneak by him there on what becomes the outside and then back onto the inside.
Suddenly, it's just the 3 of them alone again. I believe next behind them is Tyler Dubosch, absolutely miles behind. 38.5 seconds next in class in 4th place. And then Dirk Fetterman, 6 more seconds behind them.
Interestingly, the GT4s, in terms of attrition, have been the cleanest class today, because we have seen Reed Miller not retire, but still sit in the pits. He has been there for coming up on 40 minutes now.
Yeah, we've seen lots of contact with LMP2 cars in lap traffic, but the GT4 cars seemingly have been able to survive that better than the GTOs have. Because we've got, yeah, everybody but Josh Chin is still running on the lead lap. Well, actually, Mo Islam has gone an extra lap down, but he is still running and didn't have to take any repairs in the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. These GT4 drivers, they've been in the thick of it all, but they haven't been able to catch a break. That is something we are going to do here on the Global Sim Racing channel, is go to break for just a second, but stick with us. We'll be back with the rest of the Targa Virginia. Welcome back to the 2020 Targa Virginia at Virginia International Raceway. You saw it all on screen in the upper right-hand corner. Had some drifting from Jamie Hall, had some battling between Grendel and Jurg. The action is nonstop here at VIR today.
It really is. There, that is Jurg making his way around some lap traffic. This is the closest battle currently in the C1 class between Grendel and Jurg. Jurg finally making his way, getting a little slippy there over that access road, but able to catch it and gather back up together. These guys are separated by, it looks like just under 3 seconds. Before we came back from break, though, it was under a second. So certainly closely matched competitors here.
They sure are, as you see Dirk Fetterman getting blown past there by Yuri Jurg. This has become the battle for fourth since Kim Salveson has retired from the race, and also some sad news over break. Reed Miller has called it a day officially after a plus 40-minute pit stop. Tough day for him. Miller's going to take that 0-0 behind the wall for good.
Fortunately, the 6-car GTO class has now been reduced to a 5-car GTO class, and you might argue that it's only a 1-car GTO class because Anders Dahl still dominantly 20 seconds in the lead, completely untouchable.
So it's just the C3s that are still out there by themselves, or with that haven't no retirements of the day. But Josh Chin, he is flirting with disaster. He sits in the pits still. He's been there for about 16, 17 minutes now. We'll have to keep an eye on the driver of the number 84, see what him and his crew decide to do.
It's a surprising amount of damage because it didn't look like it was too big of an impact into the tires, but who knows what's going on in there.
Oh, and we had problems with Jamie Wilson. Jamie Wilson took a little bit of a spin with Stefan Schlacher.
There you see Wilson continuing on. We're going to jump back to replay here, figure out what happened. Schlacher, our third place car, you can see it here coming up through the hills. Schlacher figuring it out, trying to figure out what to do through that quick, tight S's section. Ooh, just gets into the back of Wilson there. Just didn't anticipate what he was going to do. That's going to cost Schlacher a few seconds, but he still has about a 19-second gap over Thomas Grendel behind him. Here, you can ride on board and see exactly how it went down.
Great heads up here from Schlacher. Not the first time we've said that today. Gets into him a little bit there and very patiently waits for him to get that thing squared back in the right direction. Great job by the driver of the number 08 machine.
That has split up the dynamic trio of Trendell, Challoner, and Wilson. It's now Trendell over Challoner by 3.3 seconds and Challoner over Wilson by 3.3 seconds. So we'll see how long it takes them to rejoin each other and if Wilson has any damage at all on their rear end.
So that 3-car stalemate for C3 has been broken up, finally. Not the way I don't think any of these drivers wanted it to happen. But Christian Challoner now finds himself a little bit further back behind Simon Trendell.
And he's the only member of this group of 3 that's been unable to lead the race at all. So maybe this could be his chance with 2 teammates seemingly split up. He can go on the attack. He's just got 1 car to overtake.
If you're just joining us here at the Targa Virginia, no worries. Let's take you down through the field. Adam Blocker leads the way, the overall lead and the C1 lead. You see him there trying to get around Marc-Jean Girard, who is about to fall a lap down. That leaves us with just 5 cars on the lead lap here. Those 5 cars all C1. Adam Blocker's been joined by Billy Smith there for most of this race, but right now he finds himself about 5 seconds back from that lead position. Just a little bit behind him, you'll find the 8 of Stefan Schlacher. Schlacher running today with a special paint scheme, #RacingForTia. A friend of his who has been diagnosed with cancer at the young age of 23 will certainly be keeping her in our thoughts. Just behind Schlacher is Thomas Grendel, who's run a great race today. He's been in the thick of it in that 87 machine. Beautiful paint scheme on his car as well, but He finds himself 36 seconds back from the lead. It's going to take some help to get back up there. He's been battling with Jurg most of this race, and right now, Jurg finds himself behind Grendel. He hasn't had to say that too much today. He tries to get around the GT4 of Christian Challoner there. He'll set his sights up on Simon Trendell. And DJ, there's only 5 cars in the C2 class still running, but why don't you take us down through them?
Well, the leader has been the class of that C2 class all day long. Anders Dahl there in the 900, that yellow Audi, working his way around. He has been absolutely untouchable. Behind him, Philip Lake was very close to Dahl and looked like it was going to make it for a really good battle there for a good long while. But Lake just falling back a little bit of error, a little bit of off track, and a little bit of just not having the raw speed to keep up to Dahl. But Lake continuing to run some good consistent laps, about 18 seconds back of the leader, just running the race that he can right now. Behind him, in third, the 420 of Jamie Hall. Hall's had a pretty quiet race thus far. He's a lap down on those GTO leaders in the C2 class, but he is doing everything he can. He's got about a 15-second gap up the ways to Philip Lake, so hoping to claw that back here at some point. Behind him in P4, Nicholas Bailey. Bailey, we've not seen a whole heck of a lot of him, as well as this GTO field has really spaced out over the course of it. You can see him there trying to get around some GT4 cars. He's about 30 seconds or so back from that P30 of Jamie Hall. And finally, to round out the runners, this is Jack Breaker. You can see him there in that wonderful rainbow scheme. He has been the unfortunate benefactor of a couple incidents today, but still able to keep the car on the road and keep going along. This is actually the closest battle on track in the GTOs right now between him and Nicholas Bailey. He's only about 5.5 seconds back of Bailey in the 117. But to run us through that C3 class, Joey, take it away.
C3 has been the party class around here. Simon Trendell now leading after taking the lead in a sweet overcut strategy maneuver. And second place is now Christian Challoner. He was running in third for the majority of this race, but after the third place runner, who we'll see right now, Jamie Wilson, ran into trouble, he has been demoted down to third. Jamie Wilson led a lot of the first part of the race. He's now about 7 seconds off the lead. He'll be looking to make his way up. But these top 3 have been pretty much the only characters in this race. But if we look back to fourth, someone we haven't seen pretty much all day, Dirk Fetterman has actually made his way up from 25th to 16th. That's 9 positions made up, and I think that is the most improved car in this class. And then rounding out the top 5 is the only Porsche in the top 5, not a BMW. It is Kevin Vimont of France, just about 4.5 seconds behind Dirk Fetterman in 4th place.
Thanks for that, guys. That's your top 5 class by class. DJ, you saw someone go into the pits there.
That's right. Yuri Jurg is the first of our C1 leaders. You can see him starting to head out right now, coming in on what is his lap 32. So he's obviously going for a little bit of a shorter stint on this second round. Everybody coming in about 15, 16, 17 lap times, splitting the difference in between the two. I would not be surprised if we see a massive flurry of C1 action, though, on this next lap.
We will see. That's how it happened last time. It was the guys further back that came in. Billy Smith dives down into the pits. Adam Blocker stayed out that time. They came in side by side last time. Stefan Schlacker is also in the pits.
Yeah, so Blocker able to just make a little bit more fuel than everybody else. It'll extend his stint by 1 lap. That could certainly help him in the closing stages of the race if he's got to add just a hair less fuel than everybody else. But there you see Billy Smith getting work done on his car. Very long pit stops here today at Targa. As with all of these endurance cars, is you've got to do a lot of changes to get everything working. And that is, you see him right on your screen, just popping in to say hello. That is the 87 of Thomas Grindel, also in the pits.
All 3 of them sit there for now. Off and away is Schlacker. He's going to be able to jump Billy Smith. Billy Smith still sitting in the pits. This is a long stop for him. Yuri Jurg had a 68-second stop. Schlacker had a 45-second stop, and Smith is going to be joining the likes of Jurg with a long stop. And this is past 70 seconds now.
Nick, we talked about it when we saw him do that off track. I wonder if he's got floor damage, and that's what he's getting repaired right now.
That's a good point. You might want to get that taken care of now while he's still got a relatively large amount of time left. 2 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, he's even going to lose a spot to Grendel. Well, maybe they're going to be side by side. Yeah, Grendel's going to get around him at pit exit. But what a big loss for Billy Smith. 1 minute and 38 seconds that time in the pits.
Yeah, that really takes him out of contention for this lead that we see him coming out, and now he's got to deal with the likes of Grendel, and that is Christian Challoner right ahead of him, getting out of the way of those LMP drivers. So, excuse me. So we will have to see what it was. We're going to go back. Oh, as Grendel spins out right ahead of him. Ooh, clips a little bit of Billy Smith there. I don't think there's any major damage, but hooey.
Big close call. I think a little bit of contact was made, but we'll have to see if it was enough.
Here you can see Grendel. Yeah, just goes in, holds it there, gets it nice and easy as he comes in through that corner. And we're going to come up on it here.
Oh, a little bit of the curb.
Yeah, it'll get you every time. We're going to watch on board with Billy. You can see the view from him here. That is Grendel right up ahead of him in that gold car. Watch for the curb clip. Right about there, you see the spin, makes up his mind. Grendel on the brakes. It's a little bump. I don't know how much that's going to affect that car, though.
And you know what else, DJ, is I think all of these guys took tires, at least these guys here, Grendel, took tires for the first time today, so maybe not used to those colder tires getting up to speed. That also must have had something to do with it and hurting him.
Oh, certainly. Although it is worth mentioning that we have ticked up a couple of degrees in track temperature here. It currently is sitting at 72 degrees track temp, so it's a little easier to warm up the tires, but not nearly as easy as you'd like it to be, as we are just crossing over about 9:40 in virtual sim time.
And you know, speaking of double stinting the tires, we mentioned earlier if anyone was going to try the triple stint with these cars. I believe that's why Stefan Schlacker got out so quickly. 15-20 seconds faster, as now we see Billy Smith. What a heartbreaker here. He already had to repair damage. Now he's got even more.
Oh, yeah, and you can see a great shot there from Dougie Beard. Cracked the left side out of the car. That's going to be a repair for him. Billy Smith, who looked like he was the guy who was going to take this fight to Adam Blocker, forced to come back into the pits. He's currently sitting in 5th. Alexander Bueller is the car behind him in 6th. But there is Adam Blocker, your leaps and bounds leader right now. Schlacker about 18 seconds behind him.
And normally with these prototype cars, they can just take off a huge chunk of the car and replace it with a new piece of metal, but that is right up in the middle. That is a bigger piece of damage. He's able to fix the back, but he's still got a little bit of a crunch into the side as Billy Smith is off and away once again.
Yeah, Smith able to get up and get back going, but certainly putting him well down the order. He's about minute 10 seconds back of the lead of Adam Blocker. He'll be one to watch, though. We've got 2 hours to go. We've seen less crazy things happen of him than Billy Smith may maybe be able to fight his way back up through the field here.
Yeah, if there's anyone out there that knows how to do it, I would put my money on Billy Smith, the Autobahn veteran. We will see. He's got, like you said, just over 2 hours to do it. Adam Blocker will certainly be keeping one eye on that black box and one eye out on track, as he's got a 19-second lead over Stefan Schlacker.
We check back in here very quickly on the C2 leader, Anders Dahl. It has been a relatively quiet race for the Scandinavian driver, just absolutely pulling away from the field. His gap back at about 24 seconds to Philip Lake. Whoo, getting a little bit dicey there with that GT4 right ahead of him. But he is the leader by leaps and bounds right now.
Yeah, no one's been able to touch him today, other than really quickly into the race. I think 5 minutes in, Philip Lake was able to get around him momentarily, but now that's a 25-second lead. Anders Dahl, he's just got to survive the other 2 hours. That's easier said than done, for sure.
You're right, Nick. It's endurance racing and anything can happen. But right now, Dahl just the class of the field and just motoring along, as it were.
You'd think he would be taking it easy, but he is absolutely not. We saw through the S's there. He was clobbering the curves. He's still getting qualifying level lap times in this car, even though he has some 30-second lead to second.
Right on board a while here with Anders Dahl. I was just mentioning Philip Lake as well. He had a little bit of an off behind here, so that's going to become an even bigger gap. He actually narrowly avoided big contact with a tire barrier. Anders Dahl, he's got a GT4 driver ahead of him here. That's Tyler Dubois, I believe.
It is indeed Tyler, and you can really see from this on board just how impressive this is. You can see the car is very rarely perfectly going in a straight line. You know, this four-wheel drive Audi, it likes to swirl around a little bit on you. Every time he comes off the curb, you can see that little twitch that he's just constantly having to make sure he's got completely under control. Watch him come up through these S's. You see how every time that car resettles off of those curves, he's got to just do a minor little correction to make sure it's pointing straight. It really shows you just the absolute talent that he is laying down, as that's Billy Smith blasting on by Anders Dahl right before Oak Tree.
You never get tired of that sound of the Audi, the chirping turbo getting back up to speed. And he's got to get hard on the brakes, but you can't do it much better than that.
Can't. Dahl just showing what he does best there. You can see the speed that we were talking about as well in those GTOs, really quickly using those turbos to just fly down the straightaways. It's really making a very interesting sort of battle whenever any of these C1s, these LMP2 cars come up behind them, as their outright speed down the straightaways, making them very difficult to overtake. And as we've seen a couple of times over the past about hour and a half of this race, it makes for some very terrifying moments.
Had a spin from Christian Challoner. Joey, I think you were the one to catch that.
Yeah, it was a pretty big spin, and he barely nosed it into the tires, so I don't think he'll have too much damage. But unfortunately, he now has an 11-second gap to second. The three cars that we talked about were so close together all day. The gaps are now Trendle and Wilson, 8.2. Wilson and Challoner, 11.2. We'll see if these guys can come back together and converge by the end of the race, but right now they are as separated as they've ever been.
Yeah, that is a tough break there for Challoner. He was losing time on Trendle, and now that's certainly going to be a bigger shot to the timing and scoring for him. If you ever doubt just how difficult of a race this is, that's an eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver. Not quite able to keep it on track there. Just a simple mistake on the double apex of Oak Tree Bend.
You hit the nail on the head there, Nick. You know, this track is difficult enough to do when you're doing a sprint race, you know, 20, 30 minutes, 10 laps, something like that. But when you're doing 3.5 hours like these guys are doing today, and every second counts, as we've seen coming up against the likes of these guys, it is just mind-blowing to think about the amount of mental concentration.
Looks like we had a couple more retirements. Walker Green is out in the GT4 class down in the C3s, and Jamie Hall had another spin, very minor. He was spinning a couple times in the last few laps, really struggling with the handling on that Audi, and he has finally called it a day, I believe, as well. So 2 more drivers out of this race. He had a couple spins on the same lap, I think, and he actually ended up parking it on the old pit lane on the backstretch.
Well, heads up from Jamie to get out of the way there. Yeah, you can see him. You just saw him briefly do that. We're watching him come through here. You can see him making his way through those S's, lining up, gets a little too far over onto the left side of the track there, goes for a nice little off-track ride, coming through, comes back onto the track here, gathers it back up and keeps going, but that's all right before Oak Tree, so that's about the South Bend portion of the track. Right here, I think maybe just out of frustration or maybe got a little bit of floor damage that he was tired of dealing with, pulls it into the alternate pits and calls it a day.
One less driver for Anders Dahl to hold off. Guess who that promotes up to the podium? Nicholas Bailey in the 117 is up to third place in C2.
Yeah, it's a good and quiet run here from Bailey, just keeping his nose clean, not doing anything to draw too much attention to himself. And so he's going to want to keep that on. He's about a couple seconds back here as we've seen something's going on. Either my timing and storing is weird or we've got something with Dahl and Lake.
Well, Phil Lake just went for a little bit of a spin. I'm checking on Dahl now. Yeah, Dahl went off track. Huge. Big moment for Anders Dahl. Phil Lake with a spin. And then Adam Blocker and Anders Dahl came together, the two leaders of C1 and C2. This is some heavy contact for Anders Dahl. There's Lake there into the tire barrier, but let's see if we can jump up to Anders Dahl. There he is.
That's after he's had the damage. You can see on the right front of that car. Ooh, going for a big hit there.
Yep, right here. We'll see Adam Blocker come up behind him and watch this ride that Anders Dahl takes. This is a scary shot for him. Blocker's going to clip him and up into the air. Anders Dahl goes.
I'm not sure what happened there.
So now
he might have cut the course. We've seen
find themselves
the aggressive lines through these S's, so he might have got a corner cutting penalty. He was trying to slow down, but
that's true.
Unfortunately, it ended with absolute clobber.
Philip Lake has called it a day as well. He's put the 99 behind the wall. I think that's going to leave 3 Audis out there, Anders Dahl being one of them in the pits, and we just talked about Nicholas Bailey being gifted a podium. Well, he only got to stay on track for one more lap, and he's going to be gifted the lead.
Yeah, he's got his lap back. Go ahead,
Joey. Lap down. Like you said, he did just get his lap back, but he is pretty much racing against the pit clock as Anders Dahl sits there. He's about halfway around the track, and this could be, against all odds, Nicholas Bailey in the lead.
Jack Breuker is the third Audi out there. He is 11 seconds, 12 seconds behind Nicholas Bailey as well, so he might be up to P2 as well. All depends on how long Anders Dahl stays in the pits. It looks like that might be a little bit of a lengthy stop for the 900 car.
Most certainly, we saw that massive amount of right front damage. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit of suspension damage as well with just how high in the air he was after that contact with Blocker. Just a quick note is that did not appear to affect Blocker at all. Blocker is able to pull out even more time over Stefan Schlacker. But Dahl's still on the pits, Bailey closing in.
Man, things can change real fast, even in a 3.5-hour race. Nicholas Bailey is coming downhill now, out of Hog Pen. He's going to pass him here. Comes up on Christian Challoner as well. He rides in third place down in C3, and new leader in C2, it's Nicholas Bailey.
It's Nicholas Bailey, and that's Yuri coming up on the inside of him there to go by. So this is now going to get interesting, as I think Jack Breuker may even be able to get by him as well to take over. That'll demote Dahl down to third.
He does for sure. Down in C3, battle for 6th place.
Yeah, these are two GT4 names we haven't seen much of, Francisco Jose Romero and Florian Utst. They are having a spirited battle for 6th and 7th in class here, 19th and 20th, or 18th and 19th overall. But it goes to show that even if you're not fighting for the lead, there's still quite a few battles for every position on the track here. And as we saw in that GTO class, anything can happen. I don't think Nicholas Bailey expected to be in the lead, so you never know. Utst and Romero could be battling for the lead before we know it.
Yeah, and they've got two pretty clean-looking cars, I must say, as well. They've done a good job staying out of trouble today, at least by the looks of it. They've got Stefan Schlacher coming up to split them here.
Tell you who's just as close as these two guys. Trendell and Wilson, the two leaders in this class. They were like 8 seconds apart a couple moments ago, and somehow, some way, the gap has fallen down to 1 second again. So the two teammates were assuming, will they get back in their draft formation to try and pull away from Challoner, who's now 15.5 seconds back, or is it time to battle for the win with 2 hours to go?
We'll see if Jamie Wilson can get back up there. We just caught a glimpse of Yuri Jurg squeaking by Trendell. But yeah, these two have got 2 hours to figure that out. These guys have got to be coming up on their second pit stop here in about 10-15 minutes as well, I think.
Yeah, we're now, what, an hour and a half into the race, so we expect BMW to have about 55 minutes of fuel in it. So yeah, any moment we should be seeing these two come in, and we'll see what kind of strategy Christian Challoner tries to pull here. See if he can make up some of that 15 seconds in the pits.
Yep, they've still got about 20 minutes, I think. They've been out there for about 15 minutes, or 15 laps rather. So should be enough time for Jamie Wilson to catch up to him and make this an on-track pass if he's able to. He won't have to rely on that pit strategy. Here comes that C2 leader behind him, Nicholas Bailey.
And Nicholas Bailey has a 21-second lead over Jack Breuker now. Breuker was pretty close, but we saw him go off in the last corner. He didn't hit the wall, but he did lose quite a bit of time flailing around in the grass a little bit.
You can just about see Bailey smiling through that windshield. I'm sure he is loving this right now.
Very much so. A good run from him. Just a quick note, Anders Dahl still in the pits, and now a full lap down on Bailey. So Bailey really starting to control this race. That big gap between him and Breuker, up to 21 seconds. Dahl still getting repairs. He is not out of the car. He is just waiting for that Audi to get all the way fixed.
He's got a lot of damage on the right side of that machine. Yeah, not great, but not impossible either.
We remember how Dahl put Bailey and Breuker a lap down within a half hour. If he has a half hour of repairs, maybe he'll be able to make it up again in an hour and a half at the end of the race. It's not impossible.
And he's got 2 hours left of this race. So like you said, depending on when he gets out, nothing impossible. And really, he doesn't even need to make it up on track. We've seen so much attrition in this race so far that something could easily still happen to Bailey and Breuker.
Well, and don't forget, this will put him on a slightly alternative strategy as well. So once he gets back and going again, he'll start to, count backwards, as they say, and try to figure it out. And that may end up playing to his advantage very slightly. But, yeah.
Here we see Florian Utst still closing in on Francisco Jose Romero. He's got it down to about half a second.
They continue to run nose to tail for 6th and 7th in class. Kevin Viemont ahead in that last spot in the top 5 is 25 seconds ahead, so these guys aren't really thinking about a top 5 finish right now. They're just trying to maximize their result, and if that's 6th place, Florian Utst will take it, absolutely.
Sounds like we had another retirement, this time Mo Islam down in the 86 car in GT4. This was a while ago, it looks like. Not seeing any recent accident from him.
Yeah, Mo was having a bit of a torrid time. He didn't practice or qualify, and he was not having a great time at the back of the GT4 field, so I don't blame him for parking it. But someone who's just unparked it, Anders Dahl, is out of the pits, and he is 3 laps behind Nicholas Bailey.
We know how aggressive he was before. I think we're just going to see a whole new level of aggressiveness here from Dahl. He's got 2 hours to do it.
It is, but he still looks like he's got a little bit of damage to the right side of that car, so this is not going to be a cakewalk, I think, for Dahl. He may still be fighting the car a little bit. That could be a little bit of cosmetic damage, but there is a whole lot of scripts and scrapes all over it.
Yeah, that right front tire sticking out like a sore thumb. I wonder if he had a lot of optional repairs in the pits and he just decided to come out here early, see how the car felt, see if it was tolerable. We might see him run a couple laps and come back in if it's too bad. But he looks pretty comfortable right now, believe it or not.
And we'll have to wait in a couple laps time, 1 or 2 laps, see what kind of lap times he's pulling compared to Bailey and Breuker, who are in the 228s, 230s. And if Dahl is faster, he pulled a lap on them a half an hour. We've got 2 hours left. He could very well make up 3 laps if he is... Oh, and he pulls off. Just kidding.
That's a tough break for Anders Dahl. Going for his 6th straight Targa Virginia. And that is a task that has proved too much for him. He has officially taken that behind the wall and disconnected for the day. They're down to 2 in C2.
And with Bailey holding that about 30-second lead over Jack Breuker, that is going to be something to keep an eye on. But looks like the real battle, as it's really been for most of this race, is back in those C3s.
Yeah, still close for first place. Simon Trendell and Jamie Wilson. Nose to tail and only 0.4 of a second between them.
Yep, they've finally come back together, and they're in their normal draft formation. And not that this means anything, but with the attrition up front, Trendell is actually in the top 10 overall with the amount of GTOs and LMP2s that have dropped out. These cars are not as far away from the front as you'd think they would be.
They work their way back up through the S's. These BMWs have looked stout on this course. They've had, they're pretty firm, it looks like, through the rolling the corner. Haven't seen too many drivers out there with the Porsche.
Yeah, we've only got 2 drivers in the Porsche. Kevin Vimont is the highest running one in P5 right now, and he's actually closed within a second of Dirk Fetterman, so we could have a battle for 4th here as Fetterman overcooks it just a little bit. And then the second Porsche is Dubosch, who unfortunately is the last car running in class right now, 21 seconds behind that battle we saw earlier with Romero and Utst. But the Vimont-Fetterman battle is now interrupted by an LMP2 coming through. We'll see if Vimont can do anything with the hole the LMP2 provides. Not really. It's a pretty simple maneuver there.
The general consensus among the drivers pre-race was that the Porsche was going to be faster in a straight line, that the BMW was going to be able to power over some of these curbs and the twistier bits in the infield. And we are seeing Vimont close in a little bit as he ducks it out into the grass. Well, that's not going to do him any favors. We'll see if he can get that back here at a nice exit of Oak Tree. Oh, and he's got a big run. Still, he's got over a 1 second gap in between him and Fetterman. I don't think he's going to be able to catch any slipstream there.
Unfortunately, to paraphrase Eddie Vedder, he can't find a Fetterman on the straight.
Wow.
But once again, Trendell and Wilson up front, nose to tail. There was almost a bumper to the back between the 2 teammates there. When do you think these guys will start actually attacking each other? They seem to be running in formation now, but when are the team orders gone? When are the cards down? When can you just send it to win the Targa Virginia?
I have a feeling it's going to come, if they can stay nose to tail, maybe in an hour and 48 minutes, maybe. That might give him 2 minutes of on-track battling, but I don't know. We haven't seen Jamie Wilson be able to catch him yet. Don't know if he's saving anything, saving those tires, or if he's if this is his max performance here, if this is all he's got.
I mean, the gap is only 0.4 of a second, and we've seen in previous laps that these cars can get a pretty good draft down the front straight, as we see Jack Broiker invading on this little battle and going by. But if Wilson can time it right, I think he would be able to make the move, because I'm not sure he's going 100% aggressive right now. He might be lifting a little bit to save fuel, something like that.
Those GT4 cars have been out for about 18 laps now, and they're running about 240s, 239s, I should say, for at least Trendell and Wilson.
Third place Christian Challoner has not been able to catch back up. That gap is now 17 seconds. He's running a couple tenths a lap slower. I wonder if he does have any meaningful damage from nosing it into the wall at Oak Tree earlier.
Oh, a little bit off track for Stefan Schlacher. I think those two leaders are starting to struggle with some tires.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit of communication that specifically the rear tires are really starting to struggle here as we watch him trying to take a quick line there, make up as much time as possible over the start-finish line, but we see him now come down into Horseshoe, and this is where that little off-track is going to be. Moves back to the left-hand side of the road, gets that apex, but that left rear just not gripping up to give him acceleration out. Nice job for Schlacher. They were able to keep it together and keep going, but tire wear really starting to be a problem.
While that was happening, both of the C2 drivers came in and took their pit stop. Jack Broiker there now. Nicholas Bailey already out and away. He retakes that lead. He's got company behind him, Antti Tuominen and Christian Challoner.
Yeah, they went 3 wide multi-class on the straight. That was pretty interesting to see. Luckily, they managed to survive that. But I'm looking back in the pits. Jack Broiker is being held for a pretty long time. I don't know if he has damage or he's just taking all the fuel possible, because this is a long stop for him.
Well, either way, it's going to play even more into the hands of Nick Bailey, who is still P1 and C2. This gap only getting bigger. He's got, I believe that's Yuri Jurg right behind him. It is indeed. Jurg sits in 4th place in C1.
Broiker has finally left the pits, but he is 1 minute and 7 seconds behind Bailey.
And you know, the last few pit stop cycles for the C1 class, it has all begun with the drivers further back, the Yuri Jurgs and the Billy Smiths. They've come in first, and then the leaders come in. I'm wondering if we're going to see something a little bit different this time, just because of Adam Blocker and Stefan Schlacher out there with those really old tires.
I mean, we're starting to get into a window where you're looking at 2 to 3 stops, depending on how you want to do this just right. And so I think the tire wear may be a part of it. If I'm looking at it and I'm thinking about it from these guys' perspective, I may try to go for the full 3 stops, shorten everything down a little bit, and get onto some fresh boots to really, really help me out as much as possible. As we're really seeing these guys struggle for grip. You know, fastest laps early in this race were about 2:08s. And on that last lap, we saw Blocker turn a 2:11. So losing about 3 seconds overall in lap time.
That is tough, but it's certainly not been affecting him too badly. because they've still got big gaps. Here's Francisco Jose Romero and Florian Oates, who just can't leave each other alone. In fact, that gap has gotten a little bit tighter. Oates trying to take it to him. This time it's a battle for 5th instead of 6th.
Indeed. I didn't see what happened to Kevin Vimont. I don't know. Pitted? Yes, he did pit. He pitted 1 lap ago, falling from 5th place to 7th place. And the battle between Romero and Oates, like you said, is now for 5th. But the gap is pretty much exactly the same as it has been. I don't think Oates is able to get the exits he needs to get the draft on the straights to actually be able to pass Romero in the few passing zones we have here. But he has plenty of time to learn the track more, learn your apexes more, and get a better run.
Oh, big slide for Romero. He might have gotten a slowdown with that. I think he may have. Well, maybe not, as they have Grendel go around them in the LMP2. Either way, Oates is going to get a nose in. He's not able to do anything with it.
He did get a slowdown there. He slowed down Oates too, because Oates could not make the pass in that little area there.
Certainly did. Oates is not able to get around him yet, as they are back on the main circuit, coming around Hog Pen. See if he can get a big enough run on the pit straight. Looks like Romero's got a better launch, and he's going to launch himself straight into the pits.
That's got to be a little bit disappointing. Even if you are going to make an overtake, you finally got the run you need to make the pass, and the other guy comes to the pits. That's not very fun.
Romero just didn't want to give him that confidence if they get back out with each other again.
Well, we've seen the overcut work before with Wilson and Trendell, so this might not work out for Romero, and Oates might take the lead through strategy. We'll have to see when everyone starts coming into the pits.
Sounds like Jamie Wilson had a little bit of an issue. He had a big slide to the grass. DJ, you were watching that one.
Yeah, I had my eye on it. Just got the car a little cockeyed coming around those corners, just basically decided to turn that BMW into a rally car there for a minute. So he'll obviously get a little bit of a slowdown for that, and not what you want if you were going to be making an in lap. And indeed he doesn't. He's going to stay out this lap. You can watch on board here what happens. Just gets up over that curb. That sort of throws the car off the entire sequence, not really able to hold it. He looked like he had it there, but that left rear just really fighting him the entire way around. There you see, up and over, little spot of air, little bit of opposite lock to keep the car going straight for Jamie Wilson.
Did a nice job keeping it pointed in the right direction.
He did keep it pointing in the right direction, and luckily he's not going to be spending time in the pits, but that gap has expanded from less than 1 second to now 8 seconds again. But we've seen these gaps close. It's been like an accordion the whole race, so I wouldn't be surprised shortly after the pits when the old faster cars come in. I'm sure we'll see them in the draft of each other again soon.
There's Adam Blocker and Christian Challoner leaving the pits together. C1 and a C3 car. Blocker hands that lead over temporarily to Schlacher. Wouldn't be surprised to see. Actually, Schlacher's going to stay out one more time. Oh, Schlacher goes around after staying out on the old tires. Just can't keep it together. But he keeps it out of the wall, and he really has a really nice job to get that back on track in the right direction.
Oh, you can see the onboard here. This is going to be great to watch. Just look at his hands and the way he's able to fight and counter steer this car to pointing back the right way. Coming around that right-hander, here he goes, gets over, clips a little bit more of the curve than he wants. Full opposite lock, pull it back around, opposite lock the other way, ding, keep going. But that is 100%. Those rear tires, like we talked about 5-10 minutes ago, that they are just gone, and that's what Schlacher is really suffering from right here.
He's still got about 2.5 miles of this track to make it around to the pits to survive. Those things have got to be just gone on that car. That's almost 2 full hours running on that set of tires. Yuri Jurg finds himself in the pits.
And finds himself back out, going out about a 45 overall time in the pits. So I don't think he took tires there. So that's something to keep an eye on. He may be trying to go for a double stint on that last stint. One, maybe two more pits for him to do left.
Jamie Wilson has come in down in C3 as well.
We saw Trendle pull the overcut last time, and it seems like he's going to be allowed to do that again. I don't know why Jamie Wilson would come in early if he saw the way his teammate was pulling away from him with the overcut, but maybe the strategy can change with the change in temperature. Maybe an overcut lap will be wearing those tires more, and it won't actually work out for Trendle this time.
Schlocker's going to stay out again.
And he spins it again,
Oh.
Nick. He spun it again in that turn one complex, and that is going to let Adam Blocker by on merit alone. There you can see him on screen. Just overcooked it a little bit. No grip from the rear tires. They spun out on him, and he's going to be back in second place. And this is actually going to make things interesting now, as Thomas Grendel behind him is only about 8 or 9 seconds back. So here you can watch the replay. Comes in, same thing like we saw last time. Gets the power down, no grip out of those rear tires, and just a little loop-de-loop there for Schlocker, and there goes Blocker.
That is going to be a big hit to that gap. The first spin already did enough damage for Schlocker trying to get back in this thing. That second spin, that is just about going to do it for this stint for him.
Yeah, he's got to be bringing the car in as much as possible. And Joey, I think you were saying that you saw a couple other guys go off as well.
Yeah, they're seemingly making mistakes in formation, because after Schlocker schlocked him up, we saw Blocker go off into the grass, jumping a little bit before the oak tree, and we saw Grendel go off a little bit in the chicane. So these tires are going off a lot.
This is the replay from Blocker here. You can see this is the same area that Schlocker had that incident, or roughly thereabouts. You see him here lining up through those fast sweepers. 1, 2, boot, buckle my shoe. Where is he going to go? Comes in for the left-hander. Just doesn't get it up. Now that's sort of the opposite of what Schlocker had. Those are just cold tires, not enough grip in those front tires to really keep it on track there. So a little bit off for Blocker, but not the end of his day by any stretch of the imagination.
We'll see Schlocker here just a couple more turns until the pit straight. And he is finally going to bring that number 8 car in and get a sigh of relief.
Yeah, he's going to be thanking his lucky stars that he's able to get off of those tires as we see him here. Blocker obviously already by him. Grendel right behind him coming in as well. So this is a real battle we've got shaping up. This is the battle for second. We'll have to watch Grendel, see if he takes tires or no.
And Trendle down in C3 came in there as well. He's out and away now.
Should still have a pretty healthy margin over Wilson, but we'll see as he exits the pit lane and Wilson comes by on the straight. Has the gap been reduced from 8 seconds? It looks like it's not about the same. The overcut has not worked at all, because Jamie Wilson is now within 3 seconds. He made up 5 seconds on that lap.
Something else we missed there while all that was happening up in C1 was Florian Utst was able to jump Francisco Jose Romero. That's a 7.5 second lead. He was able to jump in the pits.
Great run from him. Schlocker and Grendel both out. Our assumptions were right there, Nick. Grendel did not take tires. Schlocker did, and as a result, Grendel is about 7.5 seconds up the road, or excuse me, 8.5 seconds up the road from Schlocker. But this is where this is going to start to get interesting. Billy Smith poking his nose up there as well.
Remember, he's on a little bit of an alternative strategy. Not too much, only had to buy a couple laps. But that might come in handy, especially here late in the race. We'll see how much longer Smith can stay out there. And if I remember correctly, Billy Smith is not going to need tires on this pit strategy. Or on this next pit stop of his.
No, he's not. That's correct. So this is going to really, really make things interesting in terms of strategy for everybody. 52 seconds. We've seen people take about 45. There's a chance he may be able to get out above Grindel.
See on screen now the battle between the endangered species of the Porsche GT4s, the 59 car of Tyler Dubois and the 014 of Kevin Vimont, battling for the 5th spot in the GT4 class, in the C3 class. Dubois doesn't seem to be able to do anything on straights, but he is all over the back of Vimont for 5th.
These guys have done a great job today. Both those cars look pretty clean. We've seen the GT4s in a lot of trouble, but too much. Looks like Billy Smith has finally called his stop. He's in the pits now.
And he's going to make his way down pit lane. Remember, we want to keep an eye here, see if we are right, and if he takes tires to see what will go down with that stop.
Looks like it's just fuel for Smith.
And I appear to have a little bit of an error on my timing and scoring. Grindel is already by. So no tires for Smith. That's going to put him out. It looks like a little ways behind Schlacher, but certainly with the pace we've seen him setting, it's possible.
So that should do it for these pit stops. As Marc-Jean Girard, who's fought his way up from last place up to 7th in the LMP2. He also comes out of the pits there. Also on a no tire stop there. Looks like 19 drivers left out on track. We started with 27. We're going to step aside here one more time on the Global Sim Racing channel. Stick around. We'll be back for the final stint here at the Targa Virginia. Welcome back to the 2020 Targa Virginia at VIR. Not too much change on the running order, but a little bit of change in the car count. We're down to 17 cars. We were at 19 when we last met you, and it is Christian Challoner dropping out of the GT4 class, and it is Joshua Chin, after over an hour of repairs, finally calling it a day down in the, once again, down in the C3 class. So that leaves them with 7 cars down in C3, 2 cars in C2, and 8 cars in C1. But Antti Tuominen, what a day he's had. He's been 12 laps down, 11 laps for most of the day. He just came 12 laps down. He is not thrown in the towel yet. He is still out there on track as he just got by Tyler Dubois, who was just a little bit off track in C2, or C3 rather.
Right now we see the replay of the incident that ended Christian Challoner's race. That's the second time he nosed it off into the tires there. And this time it was too much. He didn't want to make up the 30-second gap he had to make up again. He's out of the race. Dirk Fetterman has been promoted to 3rd. And in the break, Kevin Vimont in the Porsche also went off in pretty much that exact same corner, but he is still with us in 5th place in that class.
Josh Chin and Christian Challoner both had really fast cars today. They both had a lot of potential. It's a shame to see both the Lionheart Series driver and the JTG Doherty driver drop out of this race early.
And it looks so promising for Joshua Chin early on.
Yeah.
Up to 4th place. He made up like 5 spots in that first lap, but
yeah,
it ended before it started. And then Challoner got disconnected from the battle for the lead. It all went wrong. But Trendell and Wilson, our old friends, back together again. The gap is 1.2 seconds now. And I feel like I've said the exact same sentence at least 15 times now.
Yeah, Wilson dropped off just a little bit. They've been at this now for over 2 hours. In a normal endurance race, remember, you always get that help from your teammate or teammates, usually. But not in the Targa Virginia. It is all by yourself. It's got to take a toll on the driver, physically and mentally, especially trying to focus Trendell and Wilson's side, or nose to tail, I should say. That is no easy task out there that those drivers are performing right now.
No, it's not, Nick, and especially at a track like VIR like this, you know, one of the benefits of running at a place like Daytona, for example, or Le Mans, what, you know, we're famed for having the long endurance races. You have the Mulsanne Straight, you have the NASCAR corners to sort of take a breather and just collect yourself and think about it. You know, there's always the stories that you hear back in the 60s when they would do the old Le Mans starts, that it wasn't until Mulsanne when you'd actually buckle your seatbelts. But having those moments of straightaways where you're just flat out, you don't really have to think for a minute, that 30-second gap is incredibly helpful to a driver to keep focused through the tricky parts of the circuit. At VIR, you don't have that. Your brain is constantly computing, constantly looking ahead to the next corner, looking into that apex. And so it makes a 3.5-hour solo endurance race like this just all the more draining, and frankly, all the more impressive that these drivers we're seeing today being able to keep up the speeds they're going at.
Absolutely. This also just goes to show you just how far we've made it in sim racing. This race was founded in 2011, just 9 years ago, and the odd nature of this race, you know, no driver changes, no teams really, other than, you know, the teams we see on track like Trendell and Wilson. And the obscurity of the course, the VIR Grand West circuit, that's what we had in 2011 on iRacing. We didn't have team racing. We didn't have, you know, the Nürburgring or Le Mans to go to run a traditional endurance race. But one of the cool things about the Targa Virginia and the organizers of it is that they've kept those facets to them, and they've kept this uniqueness of the race. And certainly when we see all these big names get out there, like Adam Blocker and Christian Challoner, it's certainly one of the driver favorites still to this day.
Oh, it's the very definition of a driver's course. You know, very much one of those things that it tests you a lot. It's not the greatest place to spectate a race or to even watch a race on, on the sim or on television, just because of the kind of lack of passing zones like we think about in a traditional idea. But it is a driver's course. It's one that constantly challenges you, constantly keep you on your toes. And it gives you such a great sense of rewarding feeling when you get it right.
That is what we are seeing now between these two C3 leaders, Simon Trendell and Jamie Wilson.
Gap now about 1.4 seconds. We're used to seeing these guys under a second, the gap between them. It's expanded just a little bit, but we got plenty of time for Wilson to bring that down. And Dirk Fetterman is hoping that they bring that down and come to blows, because that's probably going to be his only hope to win this race.
Well, we saw how quickly things changed in C2. That's still Nicholas Bailey leading Jack Broiker there.
And that's what this race has taught us. Anything can happen, and everyone is still in it. With how much time do we have left? We got an hour and 22 minutes to go. There's still many, many things that can happen, many, many things that can go wrong. Anyone can win still.
Absolutely. Funny enough, Anders Dahl, he's still going to be able to catch a podium here. He is, yeah, he's not gonna, he's got that clinched. He's got that third place clinched, even though he's out kicking his feet up in the paddock somewhere.
Someone get in touch with Philip Lake or Jamie Hall or Reed Miller. They can get back out there. They can get the podium. It's not over.
I think they're already on their flight home from VIR. Anders Dahl probably is too. I wonder if I'd have to. That's an interesting bit of sports car history. I'd have to look back when the last time something like that happened in the real world, where a DNF puts you on the podium.
Well, if we remember back to IMSA this year and last year, the LMP2 class, that's been like
I was gonna say that, yeah.
Cars. There was a race this year, which was one car, and it didn't even finish, but they still won.
Well, that was the story I know at the last IMSA race of the year when the number 7 Acura team was going into it, and I know Alexander Rossi talked about it on Off Track, his podcast, that they were like, okay, we've got to finish 8th, and it wasn't until about halfway through the race that Alex realized that, wait, there are 8 cars running. We won the championship. We're fine.
Looks like the LMP2 class in the real world IMSA is going to grow significantly. At least for Daytona, I think they're up to 7 or 8 entries if my memory serves me right.
Yeah,
we've got a car off there somewhere.
Today. Nope.
Looks like Dubois is off, running down in 7th in C3.
Looks like a fairly harmless off, though. Just got it off in the grass a little bit there. Keeping all the parts on his car, and he'll be good to keep going. But on the topic of LMP2s, we'll actually see this iRacing Dallara LMP2 on track at Daytona in January. The Settiar Viorba Corse, however you pronounce that, will be at Daytona with their squadron of Italians and their Italian car. That should be exciting.
It always is, and obviously just a couple of years now until we get to see those IMSA boys being able to hop across the pond and compete in Le Mans itself with the hybrids and everything. I know for me personally, I'm very much looking forward to those days.
That is a huge step in the right direction for sports car racing. Very exciting stuff between IMSA and the ACO and everyone.
Right now, it seems like Adam Blocker is in his own hypercar class, and everyone else is in LMP2 about a minute back. the battle for the lead in pretty much every class except for the GT4 class has been extended quite a bit. But Trendell and Wilson were below a second momentarily there, and the class that has provided us the most excitement all race looks to be continuing that.
The one thing to keep in mind, though, as we do start to close in here, looking around the last round of pit stops for these C1 cars, is to think about the second, third, and fourth place cars. That's Grandel, Schlacher, and Smith, and the tire strategy with these guys. Now,
Grandel!
Oh! Hard into the barriers.
Running P2 in C1. That is out of nowhere. Thomas Grandel up into the oak tree bend. He didn't even make the first of the damn apex. Oh, man.
Let's ride on board with him here, see what happens. You see him coming by the row of houses, lining up for oak tree. There's the corner. Moves out to the left, starts to get on it. Oh, it looks like he locked it up majorly. Just too much steering input. Front wheels would not grip.
Man, how quickly things can change.
Well, that'll promote Stefan Schlacher up to second and Billy Smith up to third after having that big damage earlier. And my point is still up for grabs here. Smith did not take tires on that last pit stop. Schlacher did. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, there's about a 24 or so second gap in between those two cars, but Schlacher won't need to get tires on this stop. Smith will. So that'll put Smith back a little bit more, but he'll be able to have a little bit more speed in the closing sector. Now, obviously, Smith may try to triple stint it. We've heard from these drivers that triple stinting is the hardest one. It's going to be very hard to do, but it is possible.
And I think Billy Smith, I think that's going to be his only option out there. If he wants a shot at this, he's not going to be able to afford the time that it takes. He's, you know, a good minute 45 seconds behind Adam Blocker right now. He's going to have to triple stint it to give it a shot, I think.
Yeah, I think that's going to be his only option to try to move up whatsoever. Blocker did take tires on his last pit stop, so he won't need to do anything. But we will have to see what this shakes down. We've got about a minute 15 to go. These guys stopped at about lap 48. That's about 11 laps ago. So Blocker, I would suspect to be in within the next, I would say, 15 to 20 minutes or there or thereabouts. Schlacher and Smith a little bit later. They came in on 50 and 51 respectively.
This is not looking good for Grandel as we take a look at him in the pits. That's going to be a lengthy stop for him, I think. Wonder if Antti Tuominen is going to be able to reel him in. He's now 10 laps behind Grandel. How about that for Antti if he could get another position here? That would move him up to 7th.
Well, patience is a virtue, and it's paying off for Antti today if he's able to do it. I mean, you know, obviously had a couple of bobbles early on, but really, really massive credit to Antti for just staying alive in this race and keeping going.
Not too many drivers in a race like this, I don't think would stay out on track after that much or that many issues that Tuominen had. But hats off to the Finn. He is staying out there, racing this until the checkered flag, which is in an hour and 14 minutes. And Grandel is back out there, so cancel that hope for Tuominen to catch him unless something else is to happen. But wow.
That puts him out in 5th place ahead of Alexander Bueller in about that's about 36 seconds up the road from Bueller, so he's got a good thing there, but he does have a 30-second gap up to Yuri Jurg. So unless some very unforeseen things happen here, Grindel probably going to stay 5th. That's Bueller on your screen right there. Even with that pit stop here, I do believe that Grindel will need one more to get to the end on fuel.
Yep, that also puts us down to 4 drivers overall on the lead lap: Blocker, Schlacker, Smith, and Jurg. And Jurg is the next one to be threatened by Adam Blocker, putting him a lap back. He's only got about looks like an 8 or 9 second gap here back to him.
Yeah, you can actually see Blocker just hovering in the view right there, coming under the bridge on that shot. So Blocker's starting to get him in his sights. I think Yuri Jurg's going to want to fight, if nothing else, for just the ego boost and trying to stay on this lead lap as much as possible. Locks up a little bit coming through Oak Tree, a little bit of puff of brake smoke, but able to keep it nice and collected under him.
Still a 90-second lead for Adam Blocker, and Stefan Schlacker having a little bit of fun in the all teams chat. He's trying to plead his case for a competition caution, but I don't think he'll be able to. I don't think he'll be able to sway anyone for that.
I mean, it is in Virginia. We're not too far away from Richmond. It's not the craziest idea in the world.
Looking through all the gaps on track with all the classes, the closest on track, surprise, is Trentell and Wilson still. But even they're not within a second of each other. So with an hour and 11 minutes to go, is this the calm before the storm? Will people start getting more aggressive, closing into each other as we get into this last stanza of the race? We can only hope.
We're going to take this lap and let's ride on board with Adam Blocker. It's a 2-minute and 8-second lap around here. These are more like 2-minute 11 seconds on older tires. Okay, let's just ride on board here and see just how intense it is to take this car 1 lap around VIR. Into Horseshoe here, and then coming up here, DJ, this is NASCAR Bend. It's an off-camber left turn. Definitely catches a lot of drivers out.
It really does. It's sort of a double apex corner almost, even though it doesn't look like it. Off camber, as you said, really have to get it just right to do it. You can see him here now working his way through the snake, as it is called. Caught a couple drivers out today. Comes here flying under the bridge, and you can start to see that elevation rise up to the left. That's going to lead you right into Oak Tree as you come through the climbing S's and the South Bend. Past those houses on the left, and there it is. There's the Oak Tree. This is a tricky corner. Watch how he takes it.
Down through the gears quickly, all the way down to first gear. About 50 miles an hour. And right back on the loud pedal. This straightaway would normally be very long all the way down into the roller coaster. But they get stopped short as they enter into the infield portion of this track, into the Grand West portion.
And what makes that that hairpin there, that the hairpin that they call onto it, what makes it so difficult is the fact that it is completely blind. But now you see him working his way through the spiral. Little blast of a straight here. He's going to have a little bit of a wiggle before he comes up through this rising section. This is so difficult to get right. You can see it's just constant sawing at the wheel. Left, right, left, right, left. There. Right coming through, he rejoins the track right there and down into the roller coaster. Aptly named, you can see it falling downhill, keeping onto the left hand. It's an elongated bus stop chicane basically, but a lot of elevation change.
And just like that, back on the front straightaway. That's a lap around VIR, brought to you by Adam Blocker. I don't think Blocker's got too much experience here. I don't think, I can't remember the last time Lionheart came to VIR. They should.
I would love to see an IndyCar on this track, but I don't know if I don't know how well it would suit it, frankly. It'd be interesting to see. Maybe we'll have to do something crazy and get it going at some point.
The full course, I think, would be, I mean, that would be the most obvious choice even in real life. But I mean, if IMSA can do it, I think IndyCar could.
There's enough down. Yeah, that
Jack Brueker's off.
Yeah, he's off, but well, as we've talked about before in those GTOs, that's not going to affect him because he is the last and second place driver.
Looks like he's got some right side damage to that car there.
I heard him say on the chat that he was stuck in neutral. I don't know how
that's-
that would happen.
It's not great. We see in Camel GT quite a lot drivers with that gearbox in these cars. Oftentimes will stall out on you like that. And sure, that must be what caught him off there. But it looked like he was having a little bit more serious problems as well, getting it back on track. He's on the gray stuff now, though.
Yeah, able to get it going. Doesn't look like he's got it completely under him, so he's something to keep an eye on in the closing stages of this race, just to see if there's continues to be problems. Car looks a little finicky under him. Looks like he's a little tentative with it, so he may be a little scared of doing anything else with that gearbox.
I mean, all he has to do is survive the last hour and 7 minutes, and he'll have second place in the bag, maybe first place if something happens to Bailey. So he's just got to focus and keep the car out of the wall.
You can see there with that inboard shot, it's one of the things I do genuinely love about driving those old Audis and the attention to detail that iRacing puts in. That old school dash readout there, everything just absolutely fine-tuned. It really gives you a sense when you're behind the wheel that you're actually in one of those cars. And as always, iRacing just getting absolutely everything as right as they can.
You can hear it there, struggling with the gearbox. Only 2 drivers left on track in the C2 class. I think all of these drivers, including Broiker, struggling with that fatigue that sets in. They've got an hour more to go, just a little more than an hour. I wonder when the last time Jeff Gordon raced at VIR was. I wonder if he ever did a K&N race or something here in the lower tiers of NASCAR.
I do not know. I let some of our brilliant statisticians find that out, and I'm sure they'll tell us after the race in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, always good to see that old Rainbow Warrior paint scheme out. It was always one of my favorites as a kid.
Yeah, it looks pretty good on the Audi.
Yeah, it really does. It looks right at home, to be honest.
Couple of pitters here up in C1. Adam Blocker, the overall leader, and Yuri Yurg down in 4th place.
So, Nick, what this is going to tell us is that there is still one more stop for these guys left to do. The maximum we've seen really today is about 50 to 52 minutes. And obviously with an hour and 4 left to go, we are not going to hit that today. So they're going to have one more stop to make. The one other thing to keep in mind on that, you're jumping into the pits, we'll have to watch his tires, see what he decides to do.
Yeah, for sure. Looks like Blocker is not going to take tires. Jurg, likewise, just fuel. And this is also bad news for Billy Smith. I thought maybe when he had that issue, he'd be able to stretch out a different strategy and that would play in his favor. But with 64 minutes left of this race, I don't think that's going to help him enough. think he'll still have to take 2 stops like everyone else?
Most likely, yes, although he is the latest of the stoppers. So I think where it could come into play is with Stefan Schlacker. He's not going to be able to jump up and get ahead of Adam Blocker necessarily, but in the battles that he's currently facing on track, there is a chance if he can stretch this for another 8 or so minutes, he'd have to go into hyper fuel saving mode on both runs, but he may be able to do this on one more stop.
And you know something else is Schlacker took tires on the last stop because of that triple stint. He is not going to have to take tires again.
No, he's not. And so that'll help him move up a little bit more. The only caveat being is that we saw just how much trouble he was having keeping that car under him on the last part of the third stint. So we could be in a situation with that again in the closing stages of the race.
And it's only going to help him, 15 seconds or so. He's still got to make up the rest of the 48 seconds. Sounds like another C3 car has gone a lap down in that class. Florian Utst has just been passed by Simon Trendell. And he's about to be passed by Jamie Wilson. They're still nose to tail 1 and 2.
A little bit of an interclass lapping thing here. Trendell and Wilson have been so dominant, so much faster than everyone else that's still running that they've been able to lap Florian Utst in their own class. And the gap has come down to 0.983 seconds, so it is below a second now. We'll see if it stays that way. Wilson has been kind of stuck with about a 1.5 second gap behind Trendell this whole time. Maybe the pit stop will be what changes it. We'll have to wait and see.
It's like Antti Tuominen in the pits as well. Actually, just leaving the pits. And he's taken tires for the last time today. With Yuri Jurg fast approaching and zooming right by him on the outside into Horseshoe. Tough lap for Thomas Grendel.
Yeah, you could see it there. He had a little bit of an off coming up earlier in a previous lap, coming around through roller coaster. But the big one that he had here is what you're about to see on screen, this blast up towards Oak Tree. Just got it a little far overcommitted and over-rotated the car right at the apex of the corner. Really, really good move, frankly, from Kevin Viamon to avoid him here. You'll see it. Comes in, gets onto the grass, over-rotates, holds the brakes, offline, gets off track. Good heads up from both drivers to know not to come on for an unsafe rejoin, but that's going to drop him back a little bit further. He's about a full minute back from Yuri Jurg ahead of him.
Yikes. He's going to have to hope for something to happen in front of him if he wants a shot at the top, 4, it looks like.
The one catch on that, though, Nick, is that Grendel did come in on lap 59. So I think he'll be able to make it on only one more stop. Look at him to come in probably in about 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes or so. And that will allow him to only one stop it. And it could be a pretty tight battle between him and Jurg at the end, depending on how that shakes down.
Nicholas Bailey finds himself in the pits, actually just leaving the pits once again. He has kept control of that C2 lead. Those 6 cars who are now thinned down to just 2, him and Jack Breuker.
Yeah, despite those stops, Breuker's still 40 seconds back, so Bailey very much has this under control. There is Breuker on your screen right now, the Rainbow Warrior making his way through that tricky infield section. These guys, be interesting to see what they do on strategy. I think they may be good to the end, but we'll have to see.
Less than an hour remaining in the 8th Targa Virginia. Adam Blocker working lap number 68. We mentioned at the top of the show, the record is 84. That was set 2 years ago. in the return of the Targa Virginia by Anders Dahl, driving a Porsche 911 Cup car, which was the C1 vehicle that year. 84 laps.
Doing some quick math, I think we'll get close to that, if not beat it. But there is your second place runner, Steven Schlacher, in the pits. Billy Smith flying on by him. So that's going to be probably outside the range there for Schlacher. He's probably going to need another stop, I would imagine. Smith, though, could be making this work on only one more.
Yep, still 58 minutes left for Schlacher. That would be a that is a ridiculous amount of fuel saving he would have to do, I think, there.
Oh no, if he pulls it off, I'm going to just rename him Alexander Rossi and be done with it.
Yeah, he'll certainly need to come in one more time. He's right on board with Nick Bailey. He's just crossed the finish line. He's working lap number 61 over in that class. We rode on board with Blocker for a lap. Look how just how much different it is in the Audi.
Yeah, you can really see it. Four-wheel drive in this car completely changes the steering profile and how you have to do it. You can see the infinitesimal changes he's really having to make mid-corner. It's not a lot of the big seesaws like you'd expect from an older car. It's actually some surprisingly fine steering on this. It's not like, for example, the old Cobras of the 60s, which were accurate within 3 yards, I think, if I remember Dan Gurney's quote correctly. But you can see him here working his way up through the S's, just that tight little flicks here, there, keeping everything nice and orderly. And we talked about it earlier in the race, but the bumps in this car, when you hit those curbs, you got to do those little corrections, otherwise you will be sent spinning.
Gets on the loud pedal here on the back stretch.
The other car in class, Jack Broiker, has come into the pits for his stop. He was 45 seconds behind. It's probably going to look more like a minute 45 momentarily.
And Billy Smith is the last of the leaders to come in the pits for the C1 class, currently getting fuel put into that LMP2 car.
And Schlacher's in as well.
Yeah.
A very quick stop for Schlacher.
Surprisingly quick. I'm not sure what happened there.
Could he have gotten a stop-and-go penalty or something, potentially?
Oh, Billy Smith is in trouble. He has pointed the wrong direction, and now he's out in the grass. He's going to try to get that thing rolling once again, slowly. He's got a long ways here. A lot of the backyard here at VIR to drive through. I think he's waiting for an opportunity to get on track safely.
Yeah, it doesn't want to.
He's found one.
Guys. Yeah, he's got it. He's back on track there. Also going nice and slow there. Doesn't want to have any of that floor damage that he encountered beforehand. But that is going to allow Yuri Jurg to catch up to him a little bit. Jurg now hovering around the 10 seconds, a little bit over mark in terms of that gap. So that'll make things very interesting in these closing stages.
And Smith is off again, this time into the tires. Not a hard lick, but enough for him to take a tow back to the pits. And actually to call it a day, it looks like.
Oh, that's all she wrote for Billy Smith. What was going to be the redemption story of the day there. You watch the replay. Comes in. Oof. I don't know what's going on with that car there, Nick. It just seems like the tail end, there's nothing doing. He can't get anything going, slipping and sliding all over the place. There's that off end of the barriers, little hit. Yeah.
I'm sure he had the tires heated up a little bit, but that looked like he was really out of control. So another driver falls out of the 2020 Targa Virginia. This time it's Billy Smith. That leaves us with just 16 drivers rather, out on track.
Culling of the herd a little bit here. But I think we've got a pretty good battle here for the C3 spots.
They're now the closest they've ever been. It's now 0.2 seconds. And this is absolutely going to give Jamie Wilson a draft here. Will he go for the move? We've only got an hour left, so he does have to start thinking about making a pass eventually. I think we're going to see him send it to the inside. The team orders are gone. Will he be late enough on the brakes? Can Trendell make it work around the outside? Oh, they're still side by side, but Wilson almost clears him. Not quite yet.
It's going to switch back in Trendell's favor just for a moment. They enter the spiral. Oh, Trendell up on the curb. Now Wilson on the curb, but Trendell with a bit of an advantage. Can he try the crossover? No, Wilson can't quite get on the power.
And I bet Dirk Fetterman is in his black box right now. He's seeing that these two guys are 0.2 away from each other, and he's just hoping that something will happen, but I don't think it will. Those guys were surprisingly nice to each other through that downhill section, and I think we're in for an epic battle for the lead over the course of the next 52 minutes.
They've got a big 2-minute gap to play with here. They don't want to play too rough, though. And they are still going to need to make one more pit stop in this class. It'll probably be coming sooner rather than later, actually.
It's not going to come right now. We'll see, because they are so close. They might just come in at the same time. Or Trendell will try to go for his traditional overcut again. Wilson's too far back to make a move into turn one this time, but he's just going to have to sit back and wait to get that chance again into the corner that comes after Oak Tree. I don't quite remember what the name of that corner is. Does anyone in the commentary box know?
I think DJ knows.
That's turn one. I believe that's the horseshoe. Oh, no. All right, I'll finally say it. The official corner name, and nobody get mad at us. It is called bitch.
I've just taken my headset off in rage. You cannot say such words.
Clutch your pearls. It'll be fine. It's an official name.
I have crushed my pearls. I haven't even clutched them. I've crushed them. They're destroyed. Anyway, the battle continues for first and second. It's now 0.4. It was 0.2. We'll see if anything different happens. Out of the Oak Tree, in the draft. We've seen this many times. Let's let the racing do the explaining.
Wonder if Wilson's going to be able to get a bit of a tow here. Well, he is closing, but I don't think he's going to be closing fast enough. Normally, he'd have that full Madison Avenue to catch him, but he enters DJ's favorite turn there, and unfortunately, not enough straightaway there to help him out.
And he overcooked it into the braking zone. He was 0.2 back the lap before, and he was able to get alongside, but I guess 0.5 or 0.4 is too far back. I would have expected the draft to be a little bit stronger, but clearly you do need to be very close. And Wilson is going to be thinking about that next time he has to make a move.
They've got company. There's Grendel and Bueller. It's been a quiet day for Alexander Bueller, but he's actually fighting right now for 4th place with Grendel going off a couple laps ago. Bueller has caught him.
And we indeed have that nice little battle. Grendel, I think we've talked a lot about the sort of strain that it puts on these drivers here in this race, and Grendel's certainly feeling it now. Bueller licking his chops, ready to go for some fun here. This is starting to heat up.
Bueller's going to dive into the pits for now. So Grendel, who, well, he pitted 12 laps ago, so his time is coming here in a couple of laps. That is such an awkward time to have to pit because they can go about 30, maybe 35 minutes. So with 48 minutes left, going to be about 45 next time he pits, he's going to set himself up for about a 10-minute stint.
Yeah, it's going to be super quick. I mean, obviously that last stop will probably be something like a splash and dash, to be honest, to get him ready to go. But, you know, that's what happens, I think, a little bit. Some of these guys, you just get focused on the racing. You're not thinking wholeheartedly about the fuel strategy, and you end up with a weird one like that. So rather than shaving a couple of laps off of stints the entire way through, you've got to do it all at the end.
If Grendel wants to try to gain an advantage over Bueller, he could take that splash now and then come in 10 minutes later for the 30-minute final stop. Not sure if he's that brave when it comes to the math. But we will wait and see. Either way, he's going to have to come in for something.
And no question of that. We are not done with pit stops in this C1 class whatsoever. But there you see on your screen them going on by. That is our leader, Mr. Adam Blocker, who has been the class of this field, working his way through the track here as we tick down under 48 minutes to go.
Back down in the C3 class. Nothing has changed up there for the lead. They're just getting some company right now from Adam Blocker, the overall leader. You're seeing there. Go past him just barely.
I gotta say, that's some gutsy passing there.
Yeah.
From Blocker. Really wanted to get through there. If I'm Blocker, I'm worried about, you know, having a mistake here and costing me the race win, but he's clearly got none of that, just knows exactly where the car is and keeps pushing.
Wilson was hoping that Blocker would have pushed Trendell out a little bit offline, gain a little bit of time, but it didn't quite happen. But once again, Wilson was going to be in the draft, but Trendell comes in first this time.
Very interesting. We'll have to see if Wilson can jump him. Also have Dirk Fetterman, Kevin Vimont, and Francisco Jose Romero in the pits. Just about all of the GT4s deciding now's the best time to come in.
Except for Wilson, though. So we're going to have to see how this overcut works out for him. Trendell still sitting in the pits. He is out now. And he did not get passed by Jose Romero because Francisco Jose Romero, rather, is a lap down. We'll see if he is kind and lets Trendell by here. Or if he gets held up, that'll help Wilson an awful lot.
That is Jack Broiker coming up behind him.
Trendell got really squirrely on those cold tires trying to pass Romero on the inside. That's going to lose him a little bit of time. This is going to be really interesting. The gap sits at about 32 seconds right now. And the stop for Trendell that time was 32.1 seconds. So it is going to be extremely close between these two when Wilson finally pits.
We saw Jack Broiker get by there. He's still quite a ways back from Nicholas Bailey. It looks like he's actually about a lap behind Nicholas Bailey, if I'm looking at that right, in the C2 class. Well, not quite. Looks like about 100 seconds, rather. So he's been able to stay on the same lap as him. We mentioned earlier, or at least I mentioned earlier, I wondered when the last time Jeff Gordon raced at VIR. I think I have an answer. I can only find one instance. Hendrick Motorsports has used VIR as a test track. Other than that, I can't find any time that Jack Broiker, or well, I don't know if Jack Broiker's raced there. Jeff Gordon has raced there in an official series.
All right. I mean, this is I am not surprised this to be used as a test track. It is a prime track to do so with. But that is good to know.
Still watching the delta between Wilson and Trendell. It's about 32.1 to 32.4. It's ebbing and flowing a little bit. It's going to be so close as they exit the pits here. I am Very interested to see how this works out. Wilson comes in now. The gap was 32.2 when he came in. And now he just plays the waiting game. This pit stop is going to feel excruciatingly long. He's going to need to step on it because every thousandth of a second is going to matter here.
That pit stop probably felt like a couple of hours for Jamie Wilson. Let's see. Trendell is on the pit straight. He's going to get past him.
Yep, Wilson's stop was 33.8 compared to Trendell's 32.1.
Wow.
So that is where the time was lost. Or his time in the pits, rather, was that long. The stop itself was about 1.3 different. So maybe Wilson took a little bit more fuel. Maybe he had like 2 or 3 sections of optionals. I'm not so sure. But he has his work cut out for him with 42 minutes to go to bring that gap back down.
There's Francisco Jose Romero doing a little bit of late race off-roading in that Triple H car. He sits down in 5th place. He's trying to hold on to a top 5. He's got a 20-second gap over Tyler Dubosh in the 59 Porsche, who sits behind him in 6th.
And a shout out to an LMP2 driver, actually, Antti Tuominen. He's making passes for position in this GT4 class, 13 laps down. He got by Vimont. He's chasing down Fetterman now. And one more lap, he'll be able to get by Trendell and Wilson for position.
Yeah, that comes down to where his overall position is. He's going to be, well, right now he's actually still 8th place in class because he has not gotten around Billy Smith, the retired Billy Smith, yet. Just staying on track, though, he should be able to do that. No problem. But right now, Tuominen sits 13th overall. He has got potential to get up to 7th place overall.
He certainly could do it, and it's like we've said, that's a real credit to him, especially having those early offs. It's incredibly demoralizing as a driver. You're down on yourself, you're kicking yourself a little bit, and so for Tuominen to really get back into the car, keep the pedal down, and keep going, that's no small feat, and especially running pretty much as consistently as he has since those early offs. This is a really, really remarkable drive from Tuominen, and I applaud him.
We'll keep an eye out there on Tuominen. That battle for the C3 lead has not gotten closer. Simon Trendell has actually opened that up from about a 2-second to a 3-second lead. He is really putting on some aggression here with about 40 minutes left on his final stint of this race.
Yeah, I have the feeling that Jamie Wilson was pushing a little bit too hard to make up time there, and he lost almost 7/10 of a lap, or 7/10 of a second in one lap. So he's going to need to get everything back together and just focus. Don't push too hard. You were able to catch him one time. You can do it again. And of course, if lap traffic comes into the play, I'm sure we'll see all of the LMP2 cars cycle through these guys eventually. And that could absolutely close the gap down. Closer to the end of the race, we got 40 minutes to go. It's far from over.
That is actually not the closest battle on track right now. That would go to Tyler Dubosh and Florian Utst, who are battling for P6 in C3. There you can see it is a pretty significant gap between the two, but about 2 seconds between them right now, as that was an LMP2 driver, Adam Blocker, going by.
Utz has not had the best day in 7th, but he's been hanging around, hasn't really been involved in any incidents. And Tyler Dubosh, of course, one of the 2 Porsches in the race, second of the 2 Porsches, because Kevin Vimont is still around in 4th. But there is still quite a ways to go. And with the close battle up front, if they get together again, we could very well be seeing some promotions further down in the field.
I would dare say that if you're still out there on track now, you've had a fairly good day.
Absolutely. And we've seen some drivers who ran into trouble, who, you don't want to say gave up, but they dropped out early. But for all these drivers to survive almost 2 hours, 3 hours actually, with 38 minutes to go, it's an accomplishment in and of itself.
It's able to shave off about 0.2 of a second there through the infield section.
Wilson as well was able to shave off about 0.2 from Trendell's lead, but the gap is still 3.2 seconds. Time is running out. The lap for Trendell, a 2:39.7. The lap for Wilson, 2:39.9. I'm not so sure the timing and scoring is right, because Wilson closed the gap on that lap. We'll have to figure what's going wrong there. There's the lap comparison between Trendell and Wilson. Yeah, they pitted on different laps. Trendell, of course, lost 27 seconds, and then Wilson lost even more time. That's how he fell behind. And the gap right now, still 3.3, hasn't really changed. Next LMP2 car to come through will be Alexander Bueller, but he is quite a bit further back.
Yeah, still waiting on that pit stop for Thomas Grendel. Bueller's been out there for 6 laps. With about a 45-second gap up to Grendel, Bueller might still be in contention for that 4th place position.
Yeah, he's certainly got a shot at it, and I've been, keeping an eye on these battles. Everybody's not pushing too hard at this point. I get the sense that mental fatigue and physical fatigue really starting to lay in, but they're saving everything they can for the last 15 minutes. I genuinely think this battle between Bueller and Grendel in the closing stages is going to be one of the big ones to watch. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Remember, all of those LMP2 drivers still going to have to take a pit stop. Different implications for different drivers, of course. Yuri Jurg's been out there for 13 laps. Adam Blocker's been out there for 12 laps. Schlacker has only been out there for about 9 laps. But remember, he came in for about 5 seconds at one point as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened with him. We'll have to sort of discern what it is and figure that out later. But clearly didn't affect him too much as he's still running in second, not able to really mount a challenge to Blocker. But you watch Grendel here making his way up around the track, heading towards that famous Oak Tree Bend. He's about to come on Jack Broiker there as he gets on by him, works his way through Oak Tree. Grendel, one of the earlier pitters, so we should see him here, I would imagine, anytime starting on the next lap, to be honest.
Here is Tyler Dubosch and Florian Utz, as close as they've been. That gap was like 2 seconds, now it's 0.2 seconds. And this, unfortunately, is actually the battle for last place of the finishers in this race. I don't think either of those drivers want to be that. Right now it appears that Utz is faster. He had about 1.3 seconds more than Tyler Dubosch in the bag there. Just needs to wait for the right opportunity to power that BMW past the Porsche.
Yeah, Florian's done a great job closing. It was about 2 seconds last time we took a took a look at these two, and now it's like you said, just it's under 1 second. It was about
Class leader Trendell just got hit off track by the Porsche
no.
of Kevin Vimal. Oh dear.
You're right.
That was-
Trendell sits in the grass.
It wasn't too hard of a hit, but he got absolutely slammed off track. I think Vimont lost it under braking. We'll have to see in the replay here.
They had an LMP2 going by them. It was Alexander Bueller. I wonder if that threw them off at all. No, it doesn't look like it. Looks like Vimont he clipped the grass under while he was braking, got a little squirrely. And yeah, Simon Trendell off track. That is a really tough break for him. He has lost the lead to Jamie Wilson. Watch it here again from Vimont.
Very unfortunate, and the gap is now 9.7 seconds, but Trendell has been faster than Wilson in this second half of the race. With 32 minutes and 36 seconds to go, it is possible to make it up again, and Wilson could very well run into a similar problem. But this race has not stopped throwing up surprises for the last 3 hours, has it? As Utst and Dubosch getting reasonably close again. Utst tends to get a better run out of the last corner here, and he's going to try and get into the draft of Dubosch down the straight, but remember that the Porsche is a little bit faster in a straight line, and that is allowing Dubosch to stay ahead. The gap stays at about 0.5 seconds, and Utz maybe later on the brakes, but he's not close enough to make that move.
And you know what? Some bad news about this battle. Dubosch is going to have to pit, and I don't think Utz is going to. Dubosch has only been in the pits twice this race. He's been out there for about 20 laps now, so he's got to be getting to the end of that fuel.
And I tell you who's now on the lap of Wilson and Trendell. Antti Tuominen, about 4 seconds behind Trendell, is going to make a pass for position here, and that will elevate Tuominen up into the top 10 officially. And actually the gap is about 11.4 seconds. So probably around the end of the lap, we will see Tuominen promoted into the top 10 finally.
Then he has the C2 cars, Bailey and Broiker, to get by, and he'll be back in 7th place.
I think with only 30 minutes to go, that's going to be tough to get by them. He's got to make up 3 and 4 laps respectively. But, oh, there is a car off up ahead. Is that Wilson or is that Trendell?
That's Wilson.
Wilson has lost the lead. What on earth is happening in this battle?
Oh my goodness. What are the odds of that? Wilson goes off. That is the exact same corner. This time it spins the other way. Wilson gets... Oh, man.
That was a mistake of his own. That had nothing to do with any other car. But turn 13 truly living up to its name. And Wilson lost the lead. Trendell lost the lead. Now Wilson's lost the lead again. The gap is now 2.2 seconds, which is where it's been before. After all this, are we going to have a wheel-to-wheel battle between these two to finish it off? I sure hope so.
That team has been cursed right there. They've got 30 minutes to figure this out, see if Wilson can get back up to him. He had this race handed to him. As we look now for position, this is Grendel and Bueller. P4 in C1.
One thing to note about it, Bueller has not pitted yet, but this is a battle for position with Bueller hot on the heels of Grendel. Here has got a really good run. He's going to dive out to the inside. Looks to the inside, hard into the braking zone, and Bueller's got it. Grendel knows he ultimately has this on track position when Bueller has to come into the pits, but still good to see some on track battles in this C1 class.
See if Bueller can get by him. He will. Down the inside. So he takes that lead. Oh, that's Dubois sitting sideways along the track. Something's gone wrong with his race, and I wonder if Florian Utst had caught him. No, this looks to be all by himself.
Just barely got a wheel on the grass exiting the second half of this chicane, I believe. Yep, there he goes, and across the track. Unfortunate for the car that was going to have to pit again anyway, but Dubois has unfortunately fallen to the back of the cars that are running in this race.
So that has sorted itself out. Riding on board here with Utst, and that was his view of it. Good heads-up driving from Florian to not get involved. Could have very easily been a two-car accident.
And Jamie Wilson just went off again.
Oh my.
The gap is now 14 seconds to Trendell. We'll see if they can
And you're never going to
hang on to the end of the race.
Guess what corner it was? Third time's the charm for this team. Wow.
They're just trying to push too hard. Wilson is. And unfortunately, it has just ended Wilson's hopes for the win here, unless Trendell runs into another car, which could very well happen. It's happened once.
Man, the struggle continues there for Jamie Wilson as he gets back going. That was a 2-second gap, now 14.5 seconds. So our closest battles on track have pretty much sorted themselves out with attrition. Adam Blocker's got the lead with less than 27 minutes now to go. He finds himself in the pits.
Yeah, getting that last pit stop there for Blocker. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a couple of these other guys come in here in the next couple of laps as well. That's Blocker just getting the top off. The one thing to watch for this, he does not take tires. That is my question answered. So Blocker is out and away, back onto the track. That is Grendel and Bueller. They are a lap down of Blocker. They just flashed by him. But as we said before, Bueller still has to pit. Grendel does not.
Yuri Jurg in the pits.
That's Jurg pitting from the third place. It'll be interesting to see what he does here in terms of pit strategy, or in terms of tire strategy as well. Grendel may have a slight chance to catch up to him. We'll have to see what happens if he's able to do it just right. Jurg out and away, and Grendel is looking like he's coming through right now. So no, I was off in timing. That there Oak Tree, he's way behind. That's my apologies.
Very quick stop there for Jurg. He probably could have taken tires just for comfort's sake, honestly. Same goes for Adam Blocker with over a 2-minute lead over Stefan Schlacker.
Yeah, I think the fear is, though, is that when you come in and get tires, you still have to spend that lap and a half, 2 laps, getting them up to temperature. And if you're not doing a mega triple stint like we heard Stefan talking about, then I think just keeping on rubber that is already used, that you know how it's going to react, that's going to be safer, because nothing would be more catastrophic than going out on cold tires, not getting the temps right, and spinning off and nosing into the wall here with just under 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen that happen before a couple times in this race. It's taking out a couple of our front runners. Antti Tuominen has gotten past all of the GT4 drivers, keeping up to date with his progress up through the overall field. Not impossible that he gets past the Audis. but right now he sits with the top 10 overall finish for today.
Great comeback drive from Twalman, and that's him just lining in behind Yuri Urig, obviously on wildly different laps there. But once again, we've talked about it multiple times. But the one thing to keep in mind here, Nick, I believe you said the lap record was 84 laps. We're currently sitting on 82, right?
We sure are.
Well then, folks, you are in for a red letter day. We just might see the overall laps turned here at the Targa Virginias to be broken today if things continue on the way they are.
Wamanen's going to duck into the pits for now, take his final stop of the day. On track, like you said, for a record-breaking day in terms of number of laps, as Adam Blocker works that record-tying lap number 84, and also a record for America. The United States has never taken 2 drivers to class victories here. In fact, Americans have tended to struggle through the history of the Targa Virginia. Only 2 winners ever. Last year's C1 victory came from Tucker Minter in the Radical, and the inaugural C2 winner was Billy Smith, actually, driving a Ford GT2.
Well, there you have it, as we watch Adam Blocker working his way around again. You know, we've said it before, we've said it again, and we will continue to say it, that Blocker has just been the absolute class of the field here. Really smart heads-up driving. We saw him engaged in those early battles, never pushing too hard, always just keeping the car under him, driving exactly like you need to do during an endurance race such as this. It's just a really impressive performance from the American today.
Looks like that third class victory will go to the UK&I. Whether it's Trendell or Wilson, we have yet to determine. They have both had late race accidents of their own.
And Wilson has been just a little bit faster. I wonder if Trendell might have a little bit of damage from that side swipe he got from Kevin Vimont, but I don't think it's enough for Wilson to be able to catch the gap. Currently 13.5 seconds. We'll only have, what, about 10 more laps or so? I think it's over, unless it's another mistake from Trendell, which there could be.
The UK&I club has never won the Targa Virginia outside of C3. That record looks to be on pace for today. They've got 2 victories. Jack Sedgwick last year with the Audi TCR, and again the inaugural year, Rory King driving a Mazda Mx5, the original 2010 model of that car. Stefan Schlacher in for his final pit stop of the day. This might be enough to put Adam Blocker on a lap of his own. I don't think so.
No, not yet, but at Blocker's pace, he may still be able to pull it out by the end. That is Blocker there coming through those last corners on the track. But no tires there for Schlacher, so everybody kind of following that same thing. Nobody wants to put a new set of boots on. Nobody wants to run the risk of coming out on cold tires on this last stint.
Oh, that's Adam Blocker locking it up in turn number 1. That is a tough break for him, but he's got a nice buffer to play with. He's all right in terms of the overall lead. He let Thomas Grendel get a lap back there.
And we see here on board, this is him flying down that pit straightaway, getting ready, siding up his apex right about here. He's going to start applying the brakes, goes in. Looks like there's just a little bit too much wheel rotation. Tires lock up those front wheels. That front axle locks. He's able to catch it and just spend a little trip up onto the grass and not go too far into the barriers. So well held there from Blocker.
Yeah, Kevin Vimont also ran into trouble. Just a little bit of a spin as he was going up the hill. Oh. It is way after this, actually. It was further on in the lap. He went through the S's and spun into sort of a Marshall post. But he seems to be pretty okay. He's still running on pace, and he's still sitting in a comfortable 4th place now.
Try to get this replay for you here of Vimont. Might not be able to, but Vimont finds himself down in 4th place still in that class. So he's able to get back out on track. Qualifying for this race began at sunrise, and this race is going to finish at just about noon, virtual standard time, 11:39 a.m. right now. Take a look. The track temperature hasn't risen too much, but very pretty day here in the virtual southern part of Virginia.
Yeah, very much so. That cloud cover that we talked, the cloud cover there really helped to keep those track temperatures cool. Only about 4 degrees warmer than the air itself. So that has been able to save tire wear a little bit for these drivers, but I'm sure early on in stints they would have liked to see a little bit of a warmer track to get the tires up to temp, but everybody able to do it as we watch here. This is your C2 leader, Nicholas Bailey, coming down the pit straight with just over 16 minutes to go.
Breuker has certainly closed that gap, hasn't he? That's down to under a minute now.
Yeah, he really has. I haven't been keeping too close of an eye on it. There you can see those last couple of laps really able to knock some time away, so good for him on doing that. Maybe a combination of Bailey just kind of slowing up, coasting in a little bit, and Breuker just really going for it. Not to take anything away from Jack there. He could just be absolutely getting it right.
Bailey may have had a problem a couple of laps ago. He may have gone off. He might not have caught that.
I think
Certainly wasn't a pit stop. I think he had an off track somewhere.
Yeah, I think you're right. I saw that number pop up, attributed it to a pit stop, and then did the math quickly and realized I was very wrong. So, yeah, Bailey clearly having an off somewhere down the line. That's what's allowed Breuker to catch up. But Breuker, even without that mistake, catching up consistently every lap here.
Looks like Tyler Dubois is in the pits for his final stop of the day as well. It's been a tough race for the few Porsche drivers that remain, him and Kevin Vimont. Vimont finding himself in the grass right now. Not too bad, just a little bit off track.
Up front, nothing has changed at all. It's still Trendell and Wilson separated by about 13.5 seconds. Fetterman is kind of in no man's land. He's got 20 seconds behind and 2 minutes up front. Must be a little bit lonely, but he will get a podium out of it. And then the last spot in the top 5 now belongs to Romero, who has made his way up to 14th from 26th on the grid. A very big jump up.
And Romero, with Vimont's issues in the last few laps, has closed that gap to 6 seconds. Not impossible that he's able to catch him if Vimont continues to have problems.
We have 14 minutes to go. Everyone is definitely feeling the fatigue we talked about. But with such big gaps, you'd think that people would start taking it easy and just coasting it home. But it's not over yet.
There you see Adam Blocker getting around Thomas Grendel. Next up on his hit list is Florian Utst, and then Alexander Bueller, who has yet to come in for the pit stop. And guys, I don't think he's able to make it from lap 70 to the end, but every single lap I expect him to come in, and he hadn't done it yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of time still, 13 minutes still to stretch that fuel out.
And he doesn't really appear to be driving like he's, doing a lot of coasting. He's going pretty hard out. I will also tell you, his rear tires are gone. He has been slipping and sliding. Here he comes. Here he comes into the pits. Okay, here he goes.
So we'll see Thomas Grendel probably get that spot back, as Bueller will be put on the same lap with Blocker going past him.
No tires for Bueller in that stop, so his slipping and sliding is going to continue. He's now about 16 or so seconds back of Grendel by my calculations, so he's going to hope to catch him. He was obviously able to pull away before that. We'll have to see if he can do anything, as now they're both up to speed, and it's looking at about 18, 19 seconds.
Mentioned a couple of minutes ago that if Vimont continues to have problems, Romero might catch him. Vimont has not had any problems, but Romero has closed that from 6 seconds down to 4.5. He is charging hard. He sees a 4th place, another position ahead of him.
Battle is absolutely not over. The difference in lap time, almost 2.5 seconds. So if Romero can keep that up for these last 11 minutes, they could very well meet and have an on-track battle in the closing stages of the race.
Definitely. Vimont struggling over the curbs in that Porsche. That was what the drivers were complaining about in that car before the race. Down to less than 4 seconds now between those two. Certainly closing in.
Closing very, very fast. I wonder if some of that is the damage that Vimont took from slamming into the Marshall post. But he will probably meet with Romero with just a few minutes to go, so he's going to have to defend very hard. As I'm watching up front, Trendell just trying to run calmly for these last couple minutes. Don't go off like Wilson did and bring it home. Saw Breuker get by, saw Schlocker, I believe, get by, and he was very kind to the lapping cars, giving them plenty of room because he doesn't want to lose this in any way.
10 minutes left in the 8th running of the Targa Virginia. We will have 3 first-time winners, no matter what happens from here on out.
And just a quick note that any potential battle we were shaping up between Grendel and Bueller has been scuppered. Bueller had a little bit of a spin. No need to show it, but that is just what happened for it, the driver there of the 337.
Francisco Jose Romero has brought that gap down to 3 seconds now between him and Vimont. Vimont has got a rear view mirror full of Jamie Wilson, running P2 in that C3 class, trying to lap Vimont.
Remember what happened when his teammate tried to lap Vimont into this corner. Bad things happened, but it looks like Vimont's giving him a little bit more room, doesn't want to replicate that, and letting the lead lap cars in his class go about their business this time. But going wide like that definitely doesn't help. And Romero got to run a normal line. The gap is now 2.7 seconds.
Wow.
This is going to be an interesting battle for 4th place.
Can he catch him in 8.5 minutes as Nicholas Bailey is in the pits?
Interesting from Bailey. Not sure what's going to happen there, but that's going to significantly close down that gap between him and Broiker. There it is. That's
Broiker, it's right
about
there.
a second. This is a race, gentlemen.
Wow. This seems to be scheduled. Broiker is on his 20th lap out there. Can Broiker make that fuel last 8 more minutes? He looks underneath of Bailey.
And their side.
Bailey's going to let him
Let
through,
him
yeah.
through. I will have.
Oh.
Nope.
Bailey makes contact with Grendel. Bailey spins.
Oh no! Heartbreak there from Bailey. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, our leader now put to the back there. Here's the replay.
That
Oh,
looked
man.
really strange. He like locked it up
Yeah.
into the chicane. Very, very slow. I don't know what happened.
These Audis so heavy, just the slightest contact. Once you lose control, you're just along for the ride, and then tries to get it going and noses himself into the Armco. So now Bailey finds himself 19 seconds behind Jack Broiker. He has to rely on Jack Broiker running out of fuel or having to pit.
And
Yeah.
unfortunate news about the one battle on track. Francisco Jose Romero just went off at turn 1,
Aw.
took a little bit too much speed and spent a couple seconds in the grass. The gap that was once 2.5 seconds is now 10.18 seconds.
And it's hard to blame Romero. He was pushing hard as it was. Couldn't make that last. So with 6.5 minutes left, Adam Blocker just has a few more laps until the Lionheart Series veteran takes his first Targa Virginia. Meanwhile, we'll keep an eye on Jack Broiker, see if he has to take a pit stop in that number 24 Audi.
And just a note with Broiker in that whole situation, we saw Grendel did come over the All Teams comments, say, "I'm sorry, that was my bad," to Nicholas Bailey. So, and here he comes. Here comes Broiker into the pits.
Well, Bailey is 20 seconds behind him. Broiker should just need a splash, but that is still a tall order to ask of Broiker to stay out ahead. Bailey being held up by Simon Trendell. I don't know if that's going to be enough. Out of hog pen. There is Bailey.
Broiker's moving.
Broiker is moving for sure. He's still going to get flown past, though, by Nicholas Bailey.
He's going to get flown past, but we saw him putting in some good laps earlier. This gap is now just under 5 seconds, 5 minutes to go. That's a couple of laps. This is a long, long racetrack. He may have a shot here.
He's got to hope for some wishful thinking on his part for sure. Nick Bailey, he just has to relax and keep calm for the next 5 minutes. Keep that thing on track.
Yeah, he is just thinking one thing and one thing alone, and that is tarmac, 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 tarmac. He has got to stay on it. No mistakes from Nicholas Bailey. As there you see, that is Broiker working his way around Simon, the C3 leader, and now it's just him and Bailey. Grendel is the next car up the road. That's 40 seconds up the road. Marc-Jean Girard is about 9 seconds behind him.
Oh, there goes
And there goes
Bailey.
Bailey!
Bailey off track. Hasn't put it in the tire barriers, but it doesn't matter. Jack Broiker has gone past on track by Oak Tree.
And that is Broiker into the lead. Bailey now a couple of seconds behind. We're going to watch on board as to what happened. We've seen a lot of guys make mistakes in Oak Tree today, so Bailey among good company with this. You see him coming up, lining up for the corner, starts to apply the brakes, gets it in, and locks it up. That heavy, heavy Audi just getting too hard to slow down.
What a crushing heartbreak. Not over.
What's next?
Now it's Broiker that's got to keep it on the gray stuff.
Let's see what he
3.5 minutes, though.
Yeah, he's being very, very cautious on the throttle pedal, just trying to make sure he doesn't overspin the car. No rear tire spin, no nothing, doing everything he can to keep smooth and consistent. That gap now looking like it's just a couple of seconds. It may be enough to hold as we tick over with just over 3 minutes to go.
I'm sure Nicholas Bailey is just dreading already walking into the iRacing office Monday morning. His coworkers will have a fun time with this one. As Adam Blocker, he's got a different mindset right now with 3 minutes left. He is closing in just a couple of laps away from his first ever Targa Virginia championship.
Blocker's just drove an absolutely flawless race today. Total credit to him. We've seen him do this on a lot of road circuits in Lionheart. We've seen him do it a lot of times before, but just an absolutely picture-perfect performance from Blocker.
Gap between Broiker and Bailey is below 2 seconds now, and Jean Girard, the LMP2 car, is going to come in between the two of them. This battle is not over.
And Bueller, they are not battling for position down in C1, but they are both there. I'm sure they don't want to get in the way too much.
Mark had to slam on the brakes there to not hit Bailey up the back. So they'll try and get by on the straight, I assume. Bailey is seemingly stuck at 1.9 seconds. He's going to figure out a way to get this gap closed with only 1 minute and 42 seconds to go.
Meanwhile, Adam Blocker.
Big slide there from Bailey. Go ahead, Nick,
Blocker
sorry.
has just taken the white flag.
As we focus back on this GTO C2 battle, Bailey having a little problem getting the pressure down, but this is where that lap traffic is going to come in to help him. Broiker right ahead is going to have to try to figure out the best place to try to let these guys by where it's not going to be too crazy. Everybody getting a little bit wonky there through that 20 uphill section. Thankfully, that's Jean Girard not trying to make an aggressive move to mess anybody up here. They're trying to keep it all together.
The lights flashing for Bueller. He wants past. He does not want to be caught in between these guys.
Bailey jumped over the curb a little bit. That lost him some time. And if both of these cars are able to get by Broiker on the straight, I think that might be the battle over.
There they go.
Oh, and Nicholas Bailey ran onto the grass a little bit on the start-finish line. That caused him some wheel spin. I think that's going to make it all she wrote for Bailey.
Well, Yuri Jurg is there now, and we've had a spinner. Someone's just spun. Who is that?
That's Bueller.
That would have been great for Bailey, but Bailey had to go off in the grass to avoid two, so the gap stays at 2 seconds, but there's still about 500 corners left in this track, and anything can happen as Jurg tries to get through Broiker.
Adam Blocker has had a pretty good 2020 campaign in iRacing, eyeing up his third straight Lionheart IndyCar Series championship. Today, it is going to ask him for a different challenge. He is going to be able to answer in the Targa Virginia. Adam Blocker is going to cross the line, take the checkered flag, and take his first ever Targa Virginia win. We jump back to C3 rather. Simon Trendell. And it looks like Jack Broiker is going to be the next one as he is on Madison Ave.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Nicholas Bailey again locking it up, getting too much speed into Oak Tree, went off track. The gap's about 6 seconds. I think this may be pretty much done and dusted that Jack Broiker can cross the line.
He started in the back half of the Audi field today. It was only 6 cars, but it proved to be quite a challenging task for all of these Audi drivers today. Jack Broiker really had to work hard for this victory, and he's got a few turns left to get it done.
Yeah, this has just been a drive of calm, cool, and collected for Jack Breuker. Never putting too many throws wrong. We'll get it. This is really, really great.
He will be rejoining the main circuit here. A sigh of relief for Jack Breuker. One last time through the roller coaster after 83 grueling laps in an Audi GTO around Virginia International Raceway's Grand West circuit. The driver out of California with a late race miracle to get past Nicholas Bailey. Jack Breuker takes the C2 victory in the Targa Virginia.
Amazing run from Breuker. You saw him there squirreling across the line, just all kinds of excited. But we've got one last group to cross the line here, if I know correctly.
Simon Trendell. It has been a very up and down race. It's been between Trendell and Wilson the whole time. Trendell made a mistake, then Wilson made a mistake, then Wilson made another mistake, and now Trendell is going to come home 17th to 10th. And it is a victory in the C3 class for Trendell.
And after 3.5 grueling hours of the Targa Virginia, we are going to step aside for just a few moments. Make sure to check all of the upcoming events sliding across your screen. We'll be back with a full rundown of results and some driver interviews on GSRC. Welcome back to Alton, Virginia, where you see we are high above the freshly rubbered-in Virginia International Raceway after a 3.5-hour crazy endurance race here, the 8th running of the Targa Virginia. It is Adam Blocker coming away with a win after 94 laps in an LMP2 around here. He takes the C1 win and the overall win. Stefan Schlacker, he is the only other driver to finish on the lead lap 2. 2 minutes and 8 seconds behind him. Then it's going to go Yuri Jurg behind him. Thomas Grendel, Alex Bueller, and Marc-Jean Girard are going to round out your top 6. Then you have the C2 class, Jack Breuker and Nicholas Bailey, the only 2 Audis to be able to finish this race. Antti Tuominen, he managed to get his way back up to 9th place overall on the grid. A heck of a run for him today, being down in the hole all day long. Your top 10 is going to be rounded out by Simon Trendell, taking the win in the GT4s. DJ?
Coming back, and after that fierce battle rage the entire race, Jamie Wilson in 11th, a little farther ways back than we would like to see it, followed by Dirk Fetterman and Kevin Viamont in 13th. Francisco Jose Romero brought the car home in 14th, and Florian Utz and Tyler Dubois round out our actual finishers of the race. Billy Smith, 17th, the first non-categorized. Christopher Challenger, Anders Dahl, and Philip Lake.
And then the final bunch of cars, the rest of the used car pile. Jamie Hall in the number 420 car in the GTO class dropped out early. Mo Islam had a unfortunate day in the GT4, as did Walker Green. Then Kim Salveson, Will Zoller are LMP2s that dropped out. Josh Chin, early crash in 26th, and Reed Miller was the first one out of the race in 27th.
We have got a couple of drivers to talk to. It's going to be first up, the overall winner, the Lionheart veteran himself, Adam Blocker, got it done in an LMP2 today. How does that feel to be done with a 3.5-hour race and be able to take the victory today, Adam?
Yeah, definitely feels good to be done with it. It's a really long race, especially, obviously no driver changes. And then this track, I mean, it's like 28 corners or something. And I mean, it's a long track, but still it's like basically cornering all the time except for the front straight. So, yeah, and then with the crazy speed differentials we had with the different classes, like the LMP2 versus the GT4 especially, and the GT4, like if behind that car, basically it felt like I was going behind a safety car, pretty much. Like it's basically a crawl in the corners if you got caught up behind one. So yeah, I'm sure there was plenty of fun incidents between LMP2 and GT4 cars.
Especially through the infield section here, the part that makes it the Grand West portion of this track. We were watching all of the LMP2 cars. I mean, the speed difference is so much greater. Did you have a lot of heads up when you were coming up on a slower car? So many blind crests through that area.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully we have the relative on iRacing, so that's it's good. So I was just checking it every so often, every lap, and I kind of got in a rhythm where I knew, okay, I'm 10 seconds behind him here. I'm probably going to catch him at this corner, and etc. But yeah, in that Grand West section, which I really like that section to drive. It's really fun, really technical. But yeah, when you're lapping people, it's definitely tricky, especially like early in the race when Billy and I were fighting hard and we were within a second of each other. You could easily lose 2 or 3 seconds if you get caught behind a GT4 for like 1 or 2 corners there. So yeah, that's why, especially early in the race, we were being pretty aggressive there.
We were talking at some part during the broadcast. You said you like the track. Would you ever like to see the guys over at Lionheart come here?
Yeah, I mean, sure would. Yeah, I think this maybe not the Grand West, but at least the regular full course. But yeah, I think VIR is a great track. I think it's one of my favorite tracks. But yeah, for some reason it's just not used as much as it probably should be because it's probably just because it's difficult. But yeah, I don't really see Lionheart ever coming here because it's not really an IndyCar track. But yeah,
maybe we can convince them the full course someday. I think that'd be pretty fun. But certainly a difficult course, like you said. You still managed to get the job done today. Adam, before we let you go, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to?
Just want to apologize if I made anybody mad, if I caused any incidents. Yes. Then I just want to thank you guys for calling the race and thank Dexter for putting on the event. It was a lot of fun. First time I did it, and glad I did.
Awesome. Once again, congratulations. No easy task out there today for you, Adam, but you got it done. And your first Targa Virginia win. We'll see you later on in Lionheart.
Yep. See you guys.
That's Adam Blocker taking on the C1 win today and the overall win. Next up, DJ, no Austrian has ever won the Targa Virginia, and that's a stat that's going to have to wait because you've caught up with the man who finishes in second place, Stefan Schlacker.
Yeah, Stephanie, you had a very action-packed race across the board. Looks like you just didn't have the overall speed for Adam, but talk me through that long endurance run.
Yeah, I was a little bit on the wrong strategy at first. Well, to be honest, I was planning on just taking as it goes. I didn't expect to be fast, and all of a sudden finding myself in fighting for that third place was kind of a shocker for me. So I just went with first a double stint of the tires, and then it felt like, yeah, tires are still good, but I didn't realize how much they're gonna drop off in that third stint. So yeah, let's just say Gymkhana, I reinvented that with an LMP2 car because the rear tires at the very end of that first triple stint were down to like 20% of life left in them. So that was a little bit tricky. I think I could have been a lot closer to Adam otherwise, but his pace was just superb.
Yeah, and we were doing a lot of watching as you were cutting your way through all those slower cars. Talk me through what that was like coming on the GT4s and coming on the GTOs.
I never had as much fun in a car like this ever before. I have to say it. It was just an incredible feeling flying past these GT4 cars, especially when a few times in the Patriot section of the Grand West layout, I was actually able to box somebody in behind a GT4 car and then just overtake them around the outside. And yeah, just incredible feeling how you can do something like that. But also, you have to be extremely careful because of that speed difference you have. And so, yeah, it was just really hard to judge at some points where to overtake people and how to overtake them.
Well, Steph, thank you so much. Great run today, really and truly, and good seeing you out on track.
Yeah, sure.
All right, and I think now we are going to go to Joey Tabin, who is with Simon Trundle, our C3 winner.
Indeed, the winner in the BMW GT4 was Simon Trendell. That was a chaotic race and a long race. How did you survive it, and how are you feeling at the end of 3.5 hours of that?
Oh, my legs hurt. I made that difficult for myself, didn't I? I stuck it in the wall. Yeah, and I was down on a straight line from there on, so yeah, I spent most of the race trying to keep Jamie behind me, which was hard work.
Yeah, we saw you guys very close together for like the entirety of the first half of the race. Were you two treating this race as sort of a team race, or were you guys both just running your own race and it was a coincidence that you were so close together?
We wouldn't have raced too hard, not right at the start. We'd have just cruised for that much. At the end there, obviously, when Jamie did try to make a move on me, I did defend it, but nothing aggressive. It's not worth taking out both cars.
Yep, well, you two guys were definitely the stars of the race, and one class higher was the C2 class with the Audi GTOs, and I believe Nick has Jack Breuker.
I do indeed. Jack Breuker taking home the victory in the C2 class. It was certainly our most unique class of the day with only 2 cars finishing. But Jack, you get one of those I beat you awards, getting around Nick Bailey there at the end.
Yeah, I think I'm as surprised as you guys. I was out to lunch the first hour or so. I actually ended up getting hit by the overall leader and spinning and stalling the car. And then I just figured, just put in laps and just come home, and wherever I end up is where I end up. And then about 10 minutes to go, I see that I'm going to have to stop for fuel. I'm trying to calculate out the fuel in my head. And then I see that Nick is in the pits, and then I come out behind him, and then he ends up spinning, and then I'm ahead of him, and then I pit, and then it was just a matter of putting just enough fuel in, and I had 0.9 when I crossed the line. So this is definitely the biggest win of my iRacing career, and I've been here for 10 years, so that's saying something.
Yeah, really awesome stuff out there today. Certainly, it's got to be one of the most difficult endurance races, if not the most difficult endurance race that I know of about on iRacing. So certainly a big win for you today. Man, those Audis out there, they were pretty surprisingly fast on the straight line. We see them a lot in Camel GT, but that's going up a whole new breed of car. You think you'll ever be able to give your shot at e-racing?
Honestly, I haven't raced this car a whole lot. I saw the race, and I saw that they were running, and I'm like, I haven't run this car in a while. I'm just gonna give it a try and see what happens. And I got my got it painted up like the old Jeff Gordon car. That's pretty OG. And I don't know. That was enough of that car for a while. I'm just sore. That was enough of that track for a year. But I'm glad I did it, and thank you guys for broadcasting, and thank you to all the guys who put it on.
Yeah, thanks for that, Jack. Certainly awesome race for you. Congratulations once again. And you're right, that Rainbow Warrior scheme looks pretty dope on an Audi GTO car.
Thank you.
That's all of our drivers here today at the 8th running of the Targa Virginia. Hey, we want to give a special thank you to everyone who came out today for the 8th running of the Targa Virginia, including all the drivers like Jack who put on the show for us today. An additional thanks to all the amazing companies that provide the software and hardware that we use to create a GSRC production for you. We also, of course, want to thank the very talented June Lalonde who provides our music. See the screen for more on how to get a hold of more of her great work. And a big thanks to the crew in the booth today, Joe, Joey, DJ, and Dougie. And don't forget to check out the GSRC on social media. You can head over to our website, globalsimracingchannel.com, and that's where you can pick up some awesome GSRC merch as well. We're also on Twitter at GSR Channel, on Facebook at Global Sim Racing Channel, on Instagram at GSRC_gram, and of course, you've already found our YouTube channel, so if you haven't already, scroll down and hit that big red subscribe button so you don't miss a second of racing. The VRL Grand National Series is coming up next at 8:50 p.m. Eastern from New Smyrna. And if you're looking for some more endurance racing, take a nap, come back for 6 hours of coverage from the Majors 24 at the Nürburgring from 2 until 8 a.m. You won't want to miss it all live on the Global Sim Racing channel. With all that being said, thanks so much for joining us today, and until next time, race clean, race hard, and we'll see you on the track.